everything's a mess. I passed out on stream, which is great. Noted, if your body is telling you, hey, you are severely sleep deprived, go to bed, listen to your body. It's usually telling you that for a reason. Right. I'm currently wanting to cry. Yeah, I'm having PNG. Right. Making PNGs are not as easy as it is. Video. Use. Right. Grab all these again. So I found out I can only do 94 frames when it comes to making PNG, because I'm making an AMPNG because I'm replacing the little left hand or the little left hand side or lot you see before you. To be fair, I have changed my schedule, Hawk. My schedule is normally around 12 o'clock GMT time. The only reason why I'm streaming now is mostly to catch up. I missed a couple of streams and there's other issues I was having. And I was meant to do that today, but I still passed out on stream. Very sleep deprived. But it's fine, I'm all good, I'm all good. I've taken my meds, I've sorted out everything. I'm all good now. And currently, I'm making a 3D model reactive picture of my model for when my model decides, hey, because I realize my 3D model, when I'm using Worldo, it doesn't like it when I'm using, so I use my GPU to track the tracking points of my character, so that to get all the facial features and everything to run very smoothly. So I thought, you know what? What if I make a reactive picture of my VTuber, you know, so that when I am unable to use my 3D tracking software, it doesn't look too different. And I thought, wait, I can do this. I can make animated GIFs to then put into the reactive thing. And what you know? So that's what I'm currently doing. I made the background transparent. But this should be the animation. Oh, let me turn on. I do it on this one, even though it doesn't look like this. Oh. See, this is what I'm saying. Even when I'm not on my tracking software, Blender just hates me. To be fair, it's a lot on this model. As you can see here, the way that I rigged this body, it's a lot, and it's got a lot of weight painting. It's very, I wouldn't say complicated, but it's a very heavy. I mean, it's 1,000 polygons, which is it's like mid-range model. Oh, that's what I like to call it anyway, mid-range model. Because it's not low poly, but it's not high poly either. Poly is usually 250,000 to 500,000 polygons or higher. I mean, I once made a model that was 1 million polygon. Actually, my very first VRM model was actually over 1 million, which is not the smartest move. Albeit. Yeah, look at that frame rate. 1 frame per second. But basically, every time I talk, this will happen. And then I'm gonna do an animation after this in which I don't. Oh no. Well, there goes my CPU. No, well, this should be my GPU. Right, I'm still waiting. I have. Yeah, right now, what I'm doing right now, ignore what I'm watching. Right now, this is what I'm doing. I'm just waiting for my animated PNG to be done. So while that's going, I was gonna. Oh boy. Why did I think this was a smart move? Well, at least now you guys can see what's happening. Because before, every time I crashed, it broke my entire computer. Because when this crashed, because it's trying to load, Waldo then overwrites itself, and then my whole computer crashes. So you guys actually usually don't see this. But now you get to see it. You get to see what I struggle with on a daily basis. Oh, one of these days. Right. I forgot to put my Spotify on. So I usually have music going on in the background. There we go. Excusez-moi. Oh no, even my Spotify's not working. Oh wait, no, I just can't hear it. Hold on. Why my Spotify's not working? Oh no. Very questionable. Do, do, do. Right. I'm concerned that it's still not responding. I might have to terminate the process. Right. Yeah, I'm gonna have to end. Yeah, don't worry, everything's going fine. Nothing's going wrong. Right. There we go. Back to the land of the living. The great thing is, I'm not crashing. You know what? There we go. It's still loading! Oh, any day today, mate. Please, I beg. Look, I have the patience. I should have better patience because I do have a child. But my patience is very, very limited. Like, I am patient enough to wait for my son to, like, put his damn shoes on. But I'm not patient enough to wait 5 fucking minutes for my PNG to load. I don't question it. Or but yeah, I'm even patient enough to explain to my father's like something very simple. And even it may take half an hour for me to explain it, and I'm still patient enough to do that. But I can't be patient for a PNG. Uh, it's still going. I mean, don't get me wrong, the little cat gif is very adorable. But I'm going to lose my mind. Right. Okay, while I'm waiting for that then, I'm just gonna get prepared. Right, so it is this one. And I will name this 3D. Why does it look like that? Right. Yeah, I know. Right, so let's go back and see if it's still loading. To be fair, this is in 4K. So maybe because each photo is in 4K, maybe that might be why it's taking a while. Finally. Huh. Well, that's very slow. Let's delay this by 0.2. Yeah, I'm going to do is follow them. Right, 0.2. Please don't take as long. Oh, it's gonna take as long, isn't it? I have to wait 5 fucking minutes for each one. I might go insane. I might literally go insane. Right, what else can I do? I could load up. Oh no, if I don't load up Unreal Engine while this is still in the background. Ugh. I could, no, I could, hold on, I could do this, because I need to make a new scene anyway, because I need to do, so I need to do, for my game, I need to do a main menu picture. I'm just trying to think. Right, I said that I was gonna do them in a cell type area with like dice on the ground. Right, so let's add a floor. Right. Hmm. Let's go to item rotation to 90. And then 90. That's... See, this is how you know I failed fucking geography, is because coordinates are not my cup of tea. Right. Here, I could bevel it. Honestly, I'm too lazy to bevel it, and let's be real. Right, go back to 0. Right, perfect. And then do I add a roof? Not, why not? Let's do control. Right. This is where I'm gonna do the window. Base, base, and then I'm gonna grab the edge loops. Right. There you go. Wow, you are collecting all the points, Dharma. You have 15k points. Damn, Dharma. Wild. Right. If I extrude it and then do it on the... Yeah, maybe a little bit further. I didn't want to rotate it, I wanted to move it. There we go. There we go. That's where the thing's gonna be. Not too big. Hmm. Hold on, I just realized something. This is not clearly wide enough. Yeah, so now if I go back to here, Let's see. Still feels like too big. Hold on. Hold on, let me grab my character first. I have to do the walls taller. Right. Oh, that might not have been a good idea. I'm rich, but I can buy absolutely nothing. You can buy lots of things. Actually, wait, I wouldn't recommend doing the 3D model stuff. To be fair, I should find a way to disable those when I'm not in... Well, to be fair, if people want to waste their points on when I'm not in my 3D model, that's on them. That shouldn't be my concern. It should be common. It's still animating. Alright, there you go. Right. Is, is it lagging? Well, it's only 98. It's making it... Can't be that. I think so. Oh, let me go to 0.1 and try again. Oh, I'm got to wait again for it to be made. Okay. One of these days. Yeah, apologies. You know, it's funny how I mentioned that I'm not in my 3D model. Yeah, apologies. None of my 3D model stuff will work. The only things that will work currently is, well, I mean, first is no longer available. But the Make Me a Model, VTuber, and VIP, which I know are the most expensive. I should probably do one that's not expensive. I'll figure something out in the future. But I would be my other I would be in my other form, but the problem is with Blender, it tends to start having issues. Right. Time. Okay, so I'm gonna have you here. Time to start posing you. So what I'm gonna do is, well, since you're gonna be sitting down, time to start doing this. There we go. Right. This, I won't lie, I love doing this. I wanted to waste some points just to be wasteful. That's fair. So I've been wanting to show how much I love this. This is my favorite part. Anytime I have to do the posing, 10 out of 10. I feel like I'm playing with dolls again as a child. Right. Camera. I need a camera. So the camera needs... How big can I make... Well, it needs to be as big as the screen, so I'm gonna have to do it 19,000. No, this is not my normal streaming model. The reason for that is my other streaming model uses a tracking system, like a very fancy tracking system, and it constantly crashes. It doesn't crash when I use Unreal Engine, it only crashes when I'm using Blender because in order to like do everything, I'm using my hold on, you can't see because of the chat. Hold on. Just hide the chat for a second. So right here, I know it's very little and hard to read. Actually, you know what? I'll make it even easier for you guys. Right. Right. Over here, I'll make it even bigger. Right. Over here, over here, over here. Yeah, no, over here, in order to, I mean, because I could use my CPU. The problem is, my CPU is a load of crap. It's an Intel i7. Real crap. But my GPU is actually, okay, it was decent. Well, not, it wasn't decent. It was high grade when I first bought it. Back when I first bought, well, no, I didn't buy this, my father did. Well, I mean, we worked together. It was like, because it was for my 21st birthday. Um, we sat down and he wanted to get me something because I like the reason why he wanted to get me something special was because he respected me enough to know that I don't like big parties, and where he was gonna do like a big like 21st birthday thing, he sat me down. Is like, okay, this is what I was gonna spend on your thing, knowing that you wouldn't want this. Let's sit down and talk about something, and then we came to agreement to get this. So it was very good at the time. Like this GPU I have is a very good GPU. Um, back in the 2020, this was a good GPU. Right now, right now, it's a piece of shit because we're in 2026. Wait, are we in 2026? We're in 2025. So 5 years later, I mean, that is the saying. Like, they tell you to upgrade like every 5 years because technology advances so quickly that like it comes out outdated. So my GP is very outdated now, but it's still very. I still think it's decent. I can still run a lot of games. The only games I can't run are like Veilguard or Ark Survival, like the Ascended, like the big fucker games. Yeah. Oh yeah, in 5 years we have advanced a lot. I mean, I suppose it's the way you see. I mean, no, because GPUs. If you see the latest GPU and what it's able to can do, like, because if you look at the progress, so not 5 years ago, but the 5 years before that, the GPUs were pretty shit. You look at it's the reason why computer parts are now becoming unaffordable. I mean, it's not. I mean, it's also like cost of living and all that. But the reason why computer parts are becoming very unaffordable, but fucking amazing, is because okay, sure, it hasn't increased massively compared to like the previous like 5 years. Like, I mean, well, 10 years ago to 5 years ago, it was much bigger like increase than these past 5 years. In the terms of like speeds, the speed and write was much better, and it has the speed and write has not improved, but the system storage and how small they can make them now, which I know it may not seem like an advancement, but it is an advancement. The smaller and smaller we get means the more and more better other devices become. That's where I disagree with you, Don. Do you know what RTX is? If not, I would have to explain what. I mean, it's. Well, I mean, okay, I mean, RTX is part of ray tracing, but RTX is not just ray tracing. That's the common misconception people have. Right, I'm gonna fit my thing again because I just realized this is way too big. Um, that's a common misconception people have is when people see, oh yeah, it's actually wait, I can actually show this better. There's actually a way that explains it because I was trying to explain this to my father because my father was thinking because my father's been struggling with playing certain games, like for example Path of Exile that we usually play together. Um, he's been struggling to play. Yeah. So no, I still think it's been majorly advanced. Hold on, let me. Oh yeah, that is also another thing. Is HDRs are much better as well. Hold on. What would be a game that has RTX on it? Probably Veilguard. Let's have a look. I said Veilguard, not Inquisition. There we go. Right. How did I see it again? Right. Okay. So it was this in settings. So let's go to settings. Ignore this. Right. Uh, Damn it. There was a way that this GeForce explained it to people. Oh wait, no, it's on it wasn't that. It was always I'm really bad at explaining things. The reason why I find better things to explain for me is because there are much like simpler ways of explaining. Um but there's a lot of like behind the scenes that people don't. So ray tracing is the most commonly known one because they say, oh yeah, if it's got ray tracing, it's a really good game, or like it's really high graphics if it's got ray tracing. That's not the case. Ray tracing is ray tracing is to do with scatter surfacing of the light flares. That's literally what ray tracing is. It's literally just the reflections of the shadows and lights. And that could be in water, that can be in mirrors, that can be in like just even like just a flooring, like if you got like a tiled flooring, it could be just like a small reflection in that. But it's when I talk about RTX is um it's to do with the light points of the system within the games. And the higher if your GPU has RTX, I mean you see it there actually. Hold on, let me load back up GeForce. If your GPU has RTX available, or even HDNR, your game will see. I mean, it wouldn't be like a massively big notice. Like you won't notice the big changes technically, but it's just small things add up as you see RTX. I mean, yeah, my displays are not that great. That's the reason why I can't do it. But RTX is it's the strand. It's the, like it's really hard to explain this. So the problem is I'm trying to simplify it because I could explain it in the technological terms that it's called. Cause like I shouldn't say subsurfacing scattering because when I say subsurface scattering, not everyone knows what that is. I mean, that's what I mean. To be fair, I did explain it. It's like the reflections, um, but it's not actually quite the reflections. That's the base premise of the reflections, but it's not what that is. I just use it for people to get it more than RTX. Yeah, no. I'm just trying to find my best way to explain RTX because and it's not just that, it's also to do with optimization or in games, which is why I think Borderlands 4 is a piece of shit, and the developer really needs to get some fucking therapy and help. I mean, okay, don't get me wrong, I love the Borderlands series. I've always enjoyed the Borderlands series, but it's the most unoptimized piece of shit. And when people say, "Oh, yeah, I know a lot of people are jumping on the train of saying it's unoptimized because other people are saying it's unoptimized, but the problem is in this day and age because computers keep getting better and better. Developers are getting so fucking lazy when it comes to optimizing. It doesn't take much to lower, like for example, like actually, great example of this. is I did it to my model to lower the polygons while keeping a lot of the details. If I go back into this mode, come on. My computer's gonna hate me for this. Yeah. So if you might notice on this model, you can see the skin. In the skin, it's slightly bumpy. You can see all these like small little details. You'd think so. Normally this model would have to be over probably. This model, if I didn't bake the details onto the model, it would probably be around 500,000. So my model is only 100,000 polygons. But my model originally was around 620,000 polygons. The reason why it's dramatically it's been decreased by six times is, let's go to my shading. There's something hold on, that's not hold on. Where are my maps? Here. These are what you call normal maps. Now you may be wondering, what the fuck am I looking at down here? What's this? What's this? What's this weird thing that I'm looking at? It's all purple, it's all weird, it's all... Doesn't look like it makes any sense, right? But let me show you what it does. This is what... So this is... Originally I baked this these details. If I do this, because it's got like a little bit of detail. Let's look at something that will be noticeable. Let's go to the sleeves. Let's increase this. You notice how... Okay, maybe just do it to 1. Actually, maybe better if I'd be better on my core set, because my core set is more detailed. I turn off the detail on my core set because it's too detailed. I wanted to have a little bit of cell shading. But if I do this, look, do you see that there's suddenly those details appear? And it cost me nothing. It cost me absolutely nothing. No, it saves me so many because normally these little patterns would take this core set would turn into so right now this core set is 10,000 polygons. If I were to have all these little details, it'd be around 50,000 to 100,000 polygons just on this one part of my model. But because I bake the details onto the normals, it just saves me. It just saves me from. I mean, I don't use the details because it was too detailed. But that's the reason why I'm that's why I know Borderlands 4 is an unoptimized piece of mess. Is I mean, it's very easy. Here's the thing why it shouldn't be an unoptimized piece of mess with Borderlands 4 is because they use cell shading and textures. They don't. The models shouldn't be high poly, and that's what bothers me about Borderlands 4 is why are they adding all these unnecessary details that no one's going to notice? They are not. I mean, there are some people that like me who appreciate the models in games. I will sit and just stare and be enamored by models in games. There are a majority of the players won't be doing this. They're doing it to play the game, not look. I mean, they're of course the aesthetics of the looks, but that's what bothers me about companies is that they're trying to do too much for something that it's the reason why right now indie games are going on by storm. Is it doesn't you don't need to go big. You don't need to try and impress your players. Sure, is it nice to boast to your players, oh yeah, we've got this and this. Yeah, of course it is. But the problem with that is it makes the game not fun because a lot of the player base won't have these top-notch computers. I mean, even the top-notch computers are having issues, which is what bothers me. Because if your top-notch players are having issues, how the fuck are people on lap? Because not all gamers are got these big fucking rigs. I I mean, yes, a lot of in this day and age, a lot of gamers do have rigs now, but some people still prefer playing on a laptop or just relaxing. People, not everyone takes the game seriously, and that's what bothers me is these are what AAA companies do not put into consideration, and that just bothers me. Sorry, apologies for the rant. I've never been a big fan of AAA companies. I feel like I mean, it's good to have like to get these games out quickly, but it's just unnecessary waste of money. There are always simpler ways of doing these things. To be fair, I'm not a game oh well, technically I am now because I am making a game. But when it comes to the models and the optimizing side of games, I know them very well, which is why I feel like it's a piece of like it's what they're doing is very annoying. Right. Sorry, apologies. Oh, that is dope. Having a 3D game that's like less than a megabyte, but it's all fully textured. Now that's something I'd like. That's what I love seeing. I love seeing optimized. I'm curious about that coding though, because Jesus, to make textures into a way that it can like it so it's less than one. Do you realize how much 1 megabyte is? Not even, my textures on this model are like 50 megabytes each, and these are like just like because the textures on this model is hand painted, as you can see here. And the only I mean, to be fair, they are 2K textures because I did draw them in 2K, but still. Anyways, that's what less than 1 megabyte is insane though. But that's the shit I like to see. That's what I love to see is having it as 1 megabyte makes it so it's accessible to all people, which I love seeing. That's why I say if you can run it on a like a fridge or something like along those lines, like that's the best way. Because that's what I'm planning on for my game. I'm making sure my game is optimized so that everyone can play it. I mean, to be fair, if I can play it, then mostly everyone else can play it because my computers are not that great. I'm saying that though. Right. Yeah, okay, this model needs to go down more because it's clearly not sitting down. Right. Hold on, I need to. Here's the thing. This is the reason why I do this vertical split. Is with all this shit I have on screen, it's really hard to see how it's positioned because of the bones, and that's why I do a second screen just so I can see how it looks. Right, let me just actually add some textures to. Because I'm doing a cell, I need some. Uh, just quickly add some materials. Right, let's go for stone. Let's. Um, oh, it's tiling. I hate it when it tiles. Why is it tiling? I'll have to fix that. Right. Actually, no. Maybe I'll go for this one. So I can fix tiles. Actually, maybe if I go for stone ground. Uh, Do I go for this one? Oh, that looks like shit. Oh no, I like to look at this one. Yeah. I go back for the tiles. Right. One of these days I'll find my thing. Ooh, concrete stones. It doesn't look too bad. I need to fix the tile. I don't like when it tiles. Professor survives on making high-end mess and leave it fine to doing to modders. I mean, that's the things I love to see with companies is when they I just realized I left my chat off. Um, when the devs allow them to mod like in a such a way, that's perfect. Here's the thing. I adore Bethesda. I used to. So funny enough, when I was in college, I actually wanted to work for Bethesda. Um, and that was originally my goal. Like when I got into animation and everything, I was planning on working for Bethesda. The problem is, life gets in the way. Bethesda's always been a really good example of a good company. Right. Okay. I mean, don't get me wrong, they're not the best, and I won't lie, they're not the best in the world. There certainly could be better. Um, mm, One of these days I'll make up my mind for which textures I want. Right, and then ceiling. Right. Right. Next, I need to fix the tiling situation because I hate when shit tiles like this. Tiling is like my most hated thing. Anytime I see things tile, I start crying. Right. Textures. Get rid of the tile. No, repeats. Ooh, yikes. No. Then maybe if I go to UV editing then. Right. Ah, that's where this is going wrong. Right, this is what I wanted. I say about three? Yeah, three looks good. Right, this is what I want. I gotta do this for every single one. Damn it, why did I not Alt D? Why did I not Alt D? That's my bad. Right. Top-notch computers are not far from the medium ones. The biggest issues suffer are also not able also made to not handle informations like how Skyrim had to get a script. Yeah, see, because that's what I like though. I like it when they do that, when they add script extenders to sort out. I mean, to be fair though, Skyrim was made a long ass. I mean, what is over like a decade? No, it's almost 15 years now, isn't it? Damn it, I'm hallucinating. Great. I mean, sorry, doctor's giving. So I think I don't know if I mentioned this, but I streamed earlier today when I normally meant I now stream because I stream at 12 o'clock now. Um, and unfortunately, I passed out during streaming, and I had a small trip to the hospital. It was a very, very small trip. Um, literally, I was there. I was literally at the hospital just for like an hour or two. They gave me some meds because it turned so I couldn't speak yesterday because I had a really okay. I believed it was a sinus infection. Um, but it turned out it wasn't a sinus infection. It was a serious so it's not, I don't know what they call it. It's an osseous inflammation infection. So what happened was in the lining of my esophagus, because my esophagus was inflamed, but where my esophagus was inflamed, the lining of the inside of the wall got infected, and that caused, I didn't realize, but that caused. To be fair, I was getting signs, which okay, I didn't ignore the signs. I so I didn't realize when you're seriously infected, by the way. But if you got a shit ton of bruises like that appeared just when you wake up over your body, and I mean a shit ton of bruises. I don't mean just like the one or two bruise. I mean your whole, like, basically so many bruises that you look like you've been beaten up, like all over your arms or your legs. Go see a doctor. Go to the hospital. Please go to the hospital. Have I The reason why my like the hospital would understood my reasoning was because it was in they. I mean, it says it in my history, but I have C C CPTSD, which is complex post-traumatic system, and I often get night terrors. I am very used to my night terrors. Please don't feel bad. I am very used to my night terrors. I've dealt with them for God knows how long. And I mean, to be fair, I don't get as many as I used to. I used to get a lot more. I only get like there's three distinct night terrors I get now. Where before I used to get like 20 to 30 different types. I'd like gone down to 3. And I often find myself like when I wake up, I'm covered usually in bruises. And I know why, because my ex told me so I didn't know this. Until my ex told me. So when I was staying with my ex, when we were sleeping in the same bed, I didn't know this, but I thrash. Like when I'm having one of my night terrors, I full on fight and thrash. Like I full on fighting in my sleep. I felt really bad for my ex because he told me that when I'm in those like episodes in my sleep, I hurt him quite a few times because where he went to try and like help me and calm me down, I sort of like kicked him, punched him, you name it. That's what I did. I felt that's why I felt really, really, really bad. I felt so bad for him because um he really was trying his best with a bad situation. Um, yeah, um so I'm used to waking up with bruises on my body because when I'm thrashing around, I like if the bed's close to a wall, which current that's the reason why I thought my anyways, I'll explain later. If I'm close to a wall, I like my arms will full on whack the wall, and I'll still be asleep. I won't feel it, and it isn't until the next morning in which I'm just like covered in bruises because I was fighting myself basically. Um, so that's the reason why I didn't question when I wake up just covered in bruises. And this morning when I woke up covered in bruises, I didn't question it. The reason for why I didn't question it was I'm used to it. Like I'm used to covered in bruises. And I thought because of how close my like where I'm sleeping is to the wall, it's full on right next to my like where I'm sleeping is full right next to the wall. It's like pushed against the wall. And so I thought, oh, maybe I moved like close to the side and then started thrashing and full on had a fault with myself. So I didn't question when I was covered in bruises. I didn't realize bruises aren't just formed by physical damage. Bruises can be made by certain so what the whole point of bruises is that they are um like blood like damage to the skin, which causes skin cells, which causes like, you know, blood not to flow like, I wouldn't say correctly, but it's anyways. So that's why I didn't question it, and that's why I explained this to the doctors. And I mean, they already know because it says in my history report I have PTSD. Um, so that's why they understood why I didn't question it. But they told me like if I'm like, here's the thing is they say, oh yeah, if like you really like, you need to like, if you're covered in like bruises again, due to, is I think to be fair though, they did explain due to my condition, due to my Crohn's. They're like, okay, I know, like I get if it may be nothing, it could be like just, you know, your night terrors. But if you're covered in bruises like that again, please come, because due to my condition, it can be something very, for example, what it was something very serious. But it's easily curable. What they gave me some meds, very very strong meds. It's the reason why I'm hallucinating. It's not the very first time they give me this meds. The very first time they get, oh god, I remember the very first time they gave me the meds. This is why I'm very empathetic, but towards schizophrenic people, because they experience this on a daily basis. I could not experience this on a daily. I mean, I could get used. I'm already sort of used to it when I'm on these meds, but I know, like, because I don't know if it might be just like the autism in my brain, but my brain's like, I know that's not real. I've seen my life long enough to know that isn't real. Um, because how does like a hedgehog like get into my room? Just for example, when I first, like this morning, after my hospital, when I took the meds, when I came back home, I thought a pair of my, I don't know, I think they're shorts. Anyways, a pair of shorts that I had laying on the ground was a hedgehog. The reason why I knew that was my pants and not and like not an actual hedgehog is because I was like, what was that? Like something. I felt like in my mind I was like, something's missing, because of like my place is an organized mess. I know where everything is. I'm like, where did my pants go? My pants just don't suddenly disappear. And I'm like, I have a suspicion. And as soon as I walked over and picked up the hedgehog, which by the way, the hallucin like disappeared as soon as I like touched the my shorts, and I was like, fucking knew it. Uh, but it's like I it's a weird sensation, by the way, hallucinations. And the very first time I took it was when I got a serious infection. Um, God, that would have been about like a year ago. See, because my mother had to pick me up. I felt really bad because she had to go a long way, because I wasn't allowed to go home. So I wanted to go home on the bus, because how I got there was on a in an ambulance, but I didn't want to disturb my mum's, and because it was very late. It was like 1 o'clock in the morning. I felt really bad. But they're like, no, no, sorry, you took like really strong hallucinogens. Someone has to like pick you up and keep an eye on you. Um, and I can understand why, because on the trip home, the back of the car lights looked like fucking demons. It was terrifying. I knew it wasn't actual demons, because I like, demons don't fucking exist. But that was definitely an experience, because I'm like, huh, this is what normal people go through. I don't like how this looks. I'm gonna have to change that. Right. This is what, that's why I feel very empathetic towards people, it's like people that do hallucinations on a daily basis, because I couldn't get used to it. I really couldn't. Right. don't like how this looks. Okay, let's change this up. TNT on dynamite. TNT. Really? One of these days, it's gonna keep my mapping. I hate that one even worse. Right. Right, let's... Yeah, I like how that looks, actually. Actually, that does look kind of good, actually. No, I think, like, the mapping. Yeah. Right. Let's... Oh, wrong way. So let's go to layouts. And go to UV editing. There we go. Apologies, I've been so busy sorting this out and ranting, I've not been reading. I do remember Windows 95. Oh, Windows 95s were the good times. I used to remember playing Might and Magic on Windows. Was it? Actually, I think it was on Windows Vista that I played Might and Magic on. Fucking love that game. I I hate the tiling on anything that's not made to be tile, even though sometimes. No, it only wrote tiles because of the UV mapping. I mean, to be fair, you can fix it simply by like making it like very complicated and everything, but because I have such a basic thing, it tiles. I'm like, oh, why? I hate tiles. Tiling looks so disgusting. I mean, it shouldn't do because it's just patterned, but it's ugh. Oh no, but your life being threatening, your survival reminds me how much stronger I wish I could do something. Oh, trust me, I do not worry. Like, there are people going through much worse than what I'm going through. I get actually fun fact. I get reminded that every time I go to hospital. Um, like, so that's the one thing I remember. Like, I've been to hospital to like I've had hospital stays quite a few times when my condition gets really bad. Um, and I remember I was in hospital for 2 weeks, and oh bless that. Oh, sorry, I just go back in my memory and just this woman was I've forgotten her. Here's is how I feel like this is why I believe I'm a horrible person. Is I've forgotten her name. She was the most nicest person to me in the hospital. It's like she really was fighting for me because like here's the thing is online I'm very arrogant, I'm very confident. Like it's the one thing my father says he really likes about like he likes is when I'm it's the reason I think it's probably why he's happy that I'm streaming. But when I'm online, I'm very confident. I'm very like I speak a lot. Like I speak a ridiculous amount. My entire family and my friends would tell you like if you were to meet me in real life, I don't speak. I wouldn't say I'm non-verbal. If you ask me a question, I will answer it, but it'd be like in a small sentence. It'll be like someone will say, "How's the weather?" and I say, "Like the weather, it rained this morning." That's it. I won't continue it. I'm very bad when it comes to conversing in face to face, and that's why my father like is really like it's the reason why I mean he still does visit me. He still visit me like once a week. But oh no, not really once a week. It's more like a fortnight now. Like once a fortnight. He is that like he noticed a major because we play game every day. Like we game every night apart from today. Every Thursday we don't game because he has movie night. But every single day we game, unless one of us is not feeling well or the other or like just other things going on in life, we game every single day. Um, which is why which is why my father knows like the how different, because every time we go out, he noticed that I'm very quiet, very timid, don't talk. I like if someone's, and there's another thing that my father very I mean it's very different. It's the most big. He says it's the most biggest different in personality wise. Is online. I take no shit from no one. If someone starts taking insulting me, I will insult them back. I will fight back. However, he noticed in real life I don't do that. I'm the complete opposite in real life. If someone's like taking the piss out of me, insulting me, I take it. I take it and I don't fight back. I'm literally a carpet in real life. And he says that he doesn't like that about me. Like he says, which is why he very much enjoys this side of me. And I mean, it confuses him that why I can't be like this in real life. And I try and explain to him it's one thing to be behind a screen. It's another. The reason why I'm so quiet that people don't realize is where normal. I get very overwhelmed in real life. I've always been sensitive to sound and sight and sound. So when it's something really bright, it's the one thing my father hates about I live in a very, very lovely apartment, and he loves my apartment. The only thing he doesn't like is how it's so fucking dark. I mean, I think one of the reasons he doesn't like it is because my stepmother struggles. I mean, I turn the lights on. I can I have adjustable lights in which I can I can dim the lights down and up the lights. Um, but he just despises how dark I have my place, and he doesn't understand why I have it this dark because I struggle so much with bright lights. Bright lights is like my kryptonite in real life. I mean, it's not just bright lights. It's everything. I find life very, very overwhelming. Um, in which that's why when I go outside, the environment is so out of my control. Let's say I'm meeting up with someone, and if it's a very cloudy day, I'll be alright. But if it's a very sunny day, I'll be like very, very quiet. But the reason for that is because there's so much information my brain is processing that it basically stuns me into silence. And it's the same with people. It's the reason why I struggle with face-to-face communication is there is so much information going off in my head because I'm reading into every minute detail. Like I'm reading into how your body language is, because I've always struggled with body language. I did the stupid thing in researching it immensely. So because I memorized all the how people's body language is, I notice if they're for example, the biggest one that people don't realize is there's a way to find out if someone doesn't want to be in your presence or doesn't like you is if their whole body is facing towards you, they're listening, intently, they want to talk to you, yada yada. However, if for example their foot is pointed outwards, or the body language is turned slightly, or they're looking away ever so often, then they don't want to be talking to you. And so that's what I do. I read into every little minute detail to find out what are people, because I always want to know about this hidden communication. I still suck, by the way. I still suck with body language and social. Actually, no, I'm terrible. No, social cues don't exist to me. I still don't understand social cues. I know certain terms now with social cues. For example, if someone says they're tired or it's getting late, that usually means they want me to leave. But there's still some terms I still miss because there are such minutiae I don't understand. I want to know this hidden language. But it took me a long, long, long time to digest this information and get better. So that's why I'm quiet in real life, is because I'm processing all this information, which is very, very overwhelming. That I don't speak because the reason why I don't speak is I also take time to think about what I'm going to say. And even then, it's still difficult for me because my mind races so quick. It's the reason why I talk so quickly. My father despises how quickly I talk because he's like, especially if I'm excited about something or I'm very knowledgeable or like I'm excited about something, is I will go a million miles. He says that's the so on my mother's side there is Irish. We have an Irish language, and he said that's my mother's side. He said when I'm talking a million miles per hour, that's the Irish in me. And I'm like, Father, I'm sorry, okay? I could just talk fast. But I am trying to get better at communication because, I mean, when it comes to streaming, communication is like literally the only thing you have to worry about. Okay, well, I mean, it's not the. Okay, let me correct myself. It's not the only thing you have to worry about, but it's one of the many things to worry about. Oh god, I'm making this worse now. But wait, I just went on a tangent. Hold on. I was meant to be speaking about the fucking lovely woman in the hospital. Anyways, yes. So in real life, I'm very timid. So when I go to the hospital, I don't make. I mean, I don't like making a fuss anyways when I'm in the hospital because like I've always believed the NS the shit that I have seen in hospitals make me hate fucking England. And let me explain why. I'll explain. I mean, to be fair, the woman did speak up for the nurses. But the reason why I say this is I've had so many experiences. The nurses love me when I go to the hospital because I do everything that they need me to do, and I listen to them and like I do everything. But there are some horrible people. Like everyone in England knows the NHS is underpaid and overworked. And that's why we respect our like all NHS staff. And I despised there's this one woman, okay, to be fair, she was very elderly. She was like in her, I think her 80s. But she treated the hospital staff, especially the hospital staff of colour, she treated disgustingly. Like, she would make complaints, she would throw food, she was horrible. And FYI, she didn't have dementia. There was a patient in the ward that had dementia. And honestly, okay, the dementia patient didn't do anything. I feel like they was just like a zombie. The only thing that was wrong with this woman was, she was severely anemic and diabetic. That's it. That is it. But the lovely woman that was next to me because how the ward was set up. Oh, I feel like I should draw this, but I was right. I was glad. I was so glad because all the times I've been to hospital, I've always been like in between two people, with bedwise. And I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world, but I'm not really a people. I don't like. No, I've never enjoyed the hospital. I mean, no one enjoys hospital visits, but for someone who's autistic, hospitals are a nightmare because there is so much noises. There's people talking constantly. There is never a time. I struggle to sleep when I'm in hospital because there is just too much going on. Anyways, I was lucky. I got like the corner. I only had one person next to me, and it was this lovely, lovely woman, who she had cancer. And she was we was talking because we both were like sort of suffering the same issues, which at the time I was vomiting. I was constantly vomiting due to my inflammation in my stomach, and she was vomiting because of her cancer. And so we was just yapping away, and we was talking about a lot of the times we was just talking about the nausea. So I was explaining the one. I don't mind vomiting because vomiting there is relief after vomiting. Like, of course it feels very suffocating, but there is it it ends like after, like, I say about a minute, the suffocating ends and you can breathe and it's over. There's no more pain. It's relieving. What I despise is before the vomit is this, you got the nausea, and people are like, oh, nausea isn't that, it's fucking bad. Because if you're suffering like me and you're suffering really severely with nausea, you feel like you're about to vomit, but you don't vomit. And you're just waiting and waiting and waiting. And it can go on for hours. Like, it can go on hours of time. And me and this woman often had conversations like that. We preferred vomiting, like the suffocation of vomiting, over the torture of nausea for hours. Like we was making discussions, we was making jokes and say, would you like we do like would you rather? Would you rather like vomit for like a minute straight? Because we both experienced projectile vomiting before. Would you want to vomit for a minute, or would you want to feel nauseous for 5 hours? We both picked the vomiting for a minute, because a minute is a long time, by the way. When people said, oh yeah, that's only 60 seconds, when you're vomiting and being suffocated, a minute feels like an hour. But yes, anyways, what was I saying? I'm getting so distracted. Anyways, yeah, so we were having these conversations, and every time, to be fair to the doctors, like I said, they're overworked. We're meant to get regular pain meds, especially for like my ward. My ward, it was like everyone in the ward was experiencing a pain of I mean, not everyone, but like majority of us were experiencing like high amounts of pain, in which we were required really high pain. It's the reason why they put us all in the same ward, is because they don't want the meds they give us were really like hardcore drugs. And so anyways, but they had like this really bad thing where they're meant to come every I think every 4 hours they was meant to come around to give us the meds. They were very bad at this. It would often be 5 to 6 hours. I mean, it was like, it wasn't as bad as it, like, I've had worse. The worst experience I had with them not giving me pain meds is when I gave birth to my son. That was a horrible experience. When I was in the ward after I had my son. Oh, anyways. So anytime they would miss, like, anytime they'd be very long, this woman would get up and start complaining, not just for herself, but for everyone. This woman spoke up and was like, hey, a lot of us, like, it's been like 5 to 6 hours now. A lot of us are on, like, need to be on regular pain meds. Like, where's, like, and they're like, oh, I'm so sorry, they're on the way. And like, if it wasn't for this woman, I probably would have been in a lot more discomfort and pain. And this woman, and not just that, she did some amazing shit. Like, okay, to be fair, it wasn't just her. There was also this one male nurse. Because I was in the hospital for 2 weeks, you get used to a lot of the staff, and you get used to their routines. And this male staff comes in Mondays. He comes in. No, it was Tuesday, Thursdays, and Fridays. He never did the weekends. And one Friday morning, early Friday morning, he comes in, and he knew I was going in for it wasn't a surgery, it was they were doing an examination of my stomach, because they needed to examine the contents of my lining of the walls to see how the inflammation is, and to see if there was any issues. Because there's something in the lining of my stomach, there's something called H. pylori, which is causing a lot of the inflammations in my stomachs, which is causing the Crohn's. And unfortunately, there is no cure. Wish there was. I mean, they are working on they've got much better. I mean, to be fair, they've got much better treatments now than they did like a good sort of 5 years ago. But anyways, he knew I was going in for this examination, and he was getting mad for me, and bless him. So I was told I would be able to have breakfast, because it would, like, my examination was going to be at 7 a.m. in the morning. And I thought, oh, okay, that's fine by me. It reaches 7 a.m. They're like, oh, I'm sorry, there was a delay. Like, there is we had to push it back, and You won't be able to be seen until after breakfast. So you won't be able to eat because I wasn't able to eat anything until and I was like, that's fine. I'm sorry. The woman felt bad for me because like because we're all in the same ward, everyone else is eating, and if you can't eat, like, but I was fine with it because I explained to her that I didn't get affected like that, and so we was talking while she was eating, and the male nurse comes over and he noticed that I'm still in the ward. He's like, oh, did they delay your examination? I was like, oh yeah, they just delayed it, so I won't be able to have breakfast. I'm missing out on breakfast. But they said that I should be able to have lunch. Because it should be before. They should be able to fit me in before lunch. Lunch comes around. Wasn't able to eat lunch because like there was more delays. And the male, I could start seeing like the thing pop out of the male nurse's head where he's like, is it still delayed? I'm like, yeah, I'm still waiting for them to come. Like, because I wasn't able to move due to the amount of severe pain in my stomach. FYI, if you're in severe pain in your abdomen, it's very, very hard to walk. And I mean, to be fair, they usually come to get you anyways. They push you around in the beds. It's so fun. It's not fun. The reason why it's not fun is because if you're when they bang on the doors, like they use you as like a fucking battering ram to open the doors. It's not fun. Anyways, they come and get you, but like I'm still waiting for like a porter to come to push me to the place I needed to go because I had no clue where I was going. That's why they're sending a porter. And like the male nurse is like, okay, I'm gonna go speak to someone because this isn't on. Like, you shouldn't have to miss out on breakfast and lunch. And so he goes to speak to, I don't know who he speaks to, but he said, okay, it is confirmed you'll be able to have dinner because they're gonna have it. The male nurse comes out, he's like, you're gonna have dinner because they're gonna come and collect you at 5, and dinner's at 6. No, not 5. Sorry, they're gonna come collect you at 4, and you'll be back before 6. And unfortunately, it comes to like 5. I think it was like 5:45 when the porter finally collects me, and the male nurse looks pissed. He looks so pissed because he knows I was gonna miss out on dinner, and he did something he wasn't. So they're not meant to hold meals. But what this fantastic nurse did. To be fair, it was like it wasn't exactly his idea. It was the one next to me. She felt so bad that I had to miss out on 3 meals due to the system, and the male nurse then comes up with like saying, we have like there's a lot of space in like the fridge, and what I had ordered for dinner was a salad. So because of how I think I didn't really get that hungry and I didn't eat much because eating like a jacket potato or something would just make me vomit. And so I just ordered like I think it was a tuna sweet corn like sort of salad. And he's like, well, since it's a salad, I'm sure no one will notice if I, just for like 30 minutes or like 30 to 45 minutes, just, put my dinner in the fridge, in the staff fridge. Well, they're not meant to do that, FYI. They're not meant to do this. And so when I came back, I was a little bit upset because it means I wouldn't be able to eat. I mean, they can give me snacks. Like I can ask for, hey, can I get a sandwich, or like can I get something small, and they'll give it to me. And so I knew for the entire day I was just gonna have like probably like a sandwich, like a ham sandwich or something. And it's only like one ham sandwich. It's not, that's it. And so I was a little bit down in the dumps because the hospital food is actually quite nice. And also because I was hungry. I hadn't eaten for an entire fucking day. To be fair, FYI, they do put you on fluids, so I didn't need to eat, but you still get the sensation of being hungry. But I didn't need to eat because I was when I wasn't eating, they put me on fluids, so I didn't need to eat. But I was kind of upset because I was looking forward to that salad because the dinners, like the meals they prepare are not the same, like they're always different every single day depending on what they have in stock. And so I was kind of down in the dumps when the porter was very. I was having a conversation with the porter because The porter looked exactly like my brother. Like, I mean, exactly like my brother, like a dead-on twin to my brother. And I was explaining to the porter, it was sort of like very unnerving for me because he looked exactly like my brother. And we just started having a discussion. And when I came back, the woman smiled because he wasn't able to put everything in the whatchamacallit, the fridge. But this the cheeky woman next to me that had cancer, she managed to snag me a Jello pot and some ice cream, in which she kept sneakily from like this other staff and everything. And I was very thankful for her. But I was more happy when I see the male nurse come with a plate and puts it on top of my because like on these beds they have like these like tables that come out in front of you, and he puts that on that little table because I usually have this table open because I have my laptop with me. Well, I don't just have my laptop. Sometimes I have my phone or like some device to keep me entertained for the long hours. And he puts it on the table, and he said he was like he's so glad that he because he could have gotten told. I mean, he wouldn't have like got like a big he would have gotten a warning. He wouldn't have gotten like majorly told off. But he said he was glad that he risked it because the way that he said the way my face lit up because he like when in real life if you ever see me my face is always deadpanned when there's someone else in the room. I have no facial movement whatsoever. I have like got one like dead like I look like a miserable bitch. But when I'm by myself I'm very expressionate, but when there's other people my face is just dead inside. And the nurse said the way my face lit up, and like he said he could see like the sparkles in my eyes when he put the plate in front of me because he knew he knew I was a big fan. I love tuna. Tuna and sweet corn is like put that on anything and I'll eat it. Put it in a sandwich, put it on some crackers, put it on a rice cracker, or put it on toast. I'll eat it. Or even just by itself, I'll eat it. Um, which is why he kept it for me because he knew I was looking forward to it. And to be fair, I was meant to have like not just dinner but also lunch, and I was so incredibly thankful because I was like I mean because the examinations they do is not like it's not the greatest. I mean even though a lot of the time they give you anesthetics and everything. I remember the very first time I didn't do the anesthetic for the very first examination because I didn't think it was gonna be that bad. I couldn't have been more wrong because whew, um it was bad. It was so bad. It's the reason why from that one I was like if they offer you an anesthetic or any meds, fucking take it. They're not offering because they're trying to be nice, not offering because they feel bad. They're offering because of what's gonna happen. Anyways, so that's why I was very happy. I was like, this is why I adore the NHS nurses because I mean, not all of them are great. I'll give you that. Some of them can be very like moody, but that's understandable because they're like once I said overworked and all that, and the amount of like shitty people they have to deal with. But then sometimes you have those occasional just amazing nurses, and I'm like, you know what? You make my day. You make my day. Um, but yeah, no, it's like, what was I? How did I get onto this conversation? To be fair, I have a lot of stories in hospital. I don't know if that people want to hear that though. Because here's the thing: is my humor is like my sense of humor and what I see good and bad is very warped. Compared like because where I make jokes, like for example, like the would you rather's, like where we was like laughing and joking around the would you rather's, like be vomit. Like some people would feel like saying like look at me as if I'm insane. It's like those both like being like vomiting for like a minute straight and like being nauseous for 5 hours. Both of those are like shitty things, and I'm just like that's something I laugh about, and I'm like shit. My sense of humor is warped. I don't want to make people feel bad because that's not my intention. I want to make people laugh because that's the one thing I learned. Um, that's the one thing I very much learned when being in hospital, speaking to therapists and all that, is being miserable about like what you're dealing with. For example, because for example, it's like as you said, Don, like you felt bad. You feel bad of like how everything I go through, saying that you saying that I'm a very strong person for like what I go through is um I am on a talk zone. I'm so sorry about that. But no, I'm not sorry. I'm a ramble. I mean, it's literally, I think it's in the description somewhere where I said I'm a professional yapper. I will yap until the end of the days. Um, but yeah, like when people say like you're a very strong person, you're like like you give me sympathy. I'm like, I don't want your sympathy. I want you to laugh. I want you to smile because I understand like sympathy, like you feel very bad, like because like it's a really bad situation. But for me, I'm like there is no point in being sad because this like I can't control my cells. I can't control my like height. Like the I was born with H. pylori, which is what causes the cause the Crohn's. I couldn't help that. No one can help that. Like even if like for example, there's no cure for it. Sure, there's treatments for it. But there's no cure. But dwelling on that, like being miserable about that, like because I was unlucky enough to be born with that. What good does that do? What good does it do to anyone? And so I have the mindset of no, don't feel bad for me. Don't feel bad for me because there are. I mean, I've always had the mindset there are people dealing with much like because I before my hospital trips I've seen like a lot of like really critically ill patients. Um, I've actually seen there was a couple of patients that died in the ward. Um, which is what like I think that's probably what changed my mindset is seeing that it could be worse. I could be in much worse situation. I'm grateful that I got what I've got. Sure, it shit. Of course it is. They're like I wish I could be like this healthy athletes or whatever. Just or like I'm very envious of my father because I found out when we was talking one day he went to the hospital. So a couple of years, like I think about 3 years ago, was the very first time he went to hospital, and I'm like, Father, you're in your late 60s, coming up to your 70s. How the fuck have you never been to hospital before? Like, I was like, have you never like broken a bone? He's like, oh yeah, I've broken bones before, but I never went to hospital for it. I just, I just dealt with it. I'm like, what now? Yeah, it's like, yeah, I just dealt with it. Like, it just like healed on its own, and like, I've never been ill enough to needed to go to hospital. I was like, I mean, he's been to hospital, but he hasn't been in hospital because his mother was ill a lot, so she often had like caretakers, and she was in hospital. But he himself was never admitted into a hospital, and I'm like, 3 years ago he was admitted into the hospital for 3 days, just 3 days, and I'm like, you lucky motherfucker. I wish I would be in my like late 60s for like and like go to the hospital for the very first time. Like I've been in and out of hospital. Like okay, to be fair, it only started happening for like 5 years ago. Around about 5 years ago is when I started going in and out of hospital and having hospital stays. But I've been admitted to the hospital before that. I've been like I had all sorts of issues. Like for example, when I was younger, I was very ill. I had like sort of things wrong with my tonsils and everything. And I'm like, this motherfucker is. It's not just that. It's like he rarely takes off time. Like he's never been ill. Like it's one thing that we've been talking about lately. Is my father's been taking a lot of time off work because he's been getting ill due to old age, and so we've been talking a lot. And he's like, in the past like 3 years, he's taken like this is the most time off work he's taken for illnesses. Before that, he never took off a day off. Like he's never been ill a day off ill, and I'm like, Father, are you trying to make me jealous on purpose? Because Like, because okay, to be fair, we was joking around because I was saying, motherfucker, I've been on it, like I've been on like because we was discussing because my father can't understand what he doesn't understand why like the job seekers and like the government isn't pressuring me to work, and I explained to him that's because my doctors gave like these formative things saying that I cannot work. And it's the reason why I'm no longer working. That's the one thing that he was confused about is why I stopped working. Um, and I had to explain to him because my illness was, getting worse. And of course, my father got. Here's the thing. I mean, I think it's what all kids do with their parents is they we all like we don't want to make our parents worry about us. So I often talk down a lot of my illnesses and a lot of my symptoms because I don't want to make my parents worry. And of course, so when he found out I wasn't working anymore due to my illness getting bad enough where my doctors are like, I'm sorry, you cannot keep working. Because, like, I was working in person, and then when my illness got worse, they're like, okay, I'm sorry, you can only work remotely. And so I was working remotely for a while. When I first started streaming, I was working remotely. But then I think it was, when did I stop working? It's been a couple of months now. I think it was around about, was it the start of August? It's either at the end of July or start of August is when I stopped working completely. Um, because my illness has gotten to a point where my doctors are like, I'm sorry, you cannot keep working. We're concerned for your health. And so my father's like, he's very confused how I don't have to work. And I can't like 'cause I like the most simplest way of saying it is I say to father because I'm critically ill because my life I haven't told my father my span has been cut into half. So that's the reason why my doctors told my like said to the government I can't work is my lifespan has been cut in half. I haven't told my father this because if I tell my father, hey, I I won't live to a normal life expectancy. I'm probably only gonna live up to my 30s to 40s. So I've only got like 10 to 20 years left. Um, which is FYI, it's still, in my opinion, that's still a lot of time. Um, I know he will get in a way that is concerned. I mean, he knows that I'm not doing well because because I told him I'm critically ill is what they class me as. And usually when you're classed as critically ill, that's, cancer, soon to be dead. Um, so he sort of knows, but he doesn't know the full extent. But he sort of knows that unfortunately my life is not as eh, is not going to be as long as other people's. To be fair, I'm grateful for the time I have, because, for example, the lovely lady that I was in hospital with, gosh, she might even be dead by now. Because that was about a year ago, and she was terminally ill. She was like stage 4 to 5 cancer. She wasn't given much time left. Um, oh god, I'm getting upset. Sorry, she's such a lovely lady. I hope she is doing. I'm hoping she is still alive. God, I'm trying not to tear up. Um, yeah, no. So she was like in that like she didn't have much time left, and she said I think when I spoke to her, she said that she was given 12 to 16 months left. Um, and that's why we started talking because when she told me this, that's when I like the reason why she told me that was because just before because of how close the wards are, like how close the beds are, we can hear the doctors and speaking to like we can hear the doctors next to us, we can hear about the other conditions of all the other patients due to like the close range. And she overheard the doctors telling me the news of my condition, and that was when I got given the news. I think it's why I remember the woman so like in depth is that's when they give me the news that they have put it down in my records that my life expectancy is I think they said it was like 42. I don't know. I'm not looking it up because it's just gonna make me sad. They gave me a life expectancy, which is basically they said it was half of it's been my life expectancy was cut into half, and I was feeling very like I was in shock. I was very much in shock because I wasn't expecting that. Like, because here's the thing, like I did a bit of research into Crohn's, and it didn't look too bad. Like it never looked too bad. Um, but I mean, of course, like each cases are different. And I was never expecting them to tell me like to like look me in the face and say, "Hey, you don't have long, my friend." And it was kind of a shock because I always expect, I'll die of old age, as most normal other people. And I realized I was like, oh, okay, like that. It was like sort of like a. It definitely changed my brain chemistry. That's the one thing that definitely changed me how I saw life, because when you have a lot of time, when you like, because most people now get up to 80. When people think, oh yeah, I'll reach up to 80, um I have a lot of time. I have a lot of time. When they tell you, oh hey, it's been cut into half, time becomes very much more valuable to you. Time is very much time is all you have. I mean, like, here's the thing: is I consider myself very lucky to live as far as I have, because there are, like I said, there are people worse. Like for example, I feel bad for babies that die of SIDS, who barely get like fucking 4 months to live before they're dead. So I'm very grateful for the time I've already been given, because it could be worse. Could be worse. Um, but the woman next to me overheard the doctors give me this, and she wanted to comfort me, and so we started. The one thing she knows is I like to listening to people. I love hearing people's stories, um, and so she was telling me about her life, and she was given, when she found out she had cancer, when she was given the news that she only had 16 months to live. Well, she says between 14 to 16. Like the timing for cancer is very different. Because it's with cancer, it's not accurate, because she could live longer or less due to the complications. Um, and so when she told me that when she was given the news, she was just like me. She troubled to process it, because it's such a overwhelming. It's a very overwhelming. Okay, I wouldn't say it's overwhelming. It's very. It's hard to explain how it feels, because I've been overwhelmed before. I know what it's like to be like overwhelmed due to my autism. Like when there's so many people talking to me and everything, I know what it's like to be overwhelmed, and I wouldn't describe it as overwhelming. I wouldn't say it's ascending. It's very, makes you like look outside your body sort of way. It's sort of like derealization sort of thing, where you look at you look at your, no, you don't look at yourself like in a third perspective, but you look at your entire life when you get news like that. And so she just began to comfort me, like, 'cause I wasn't crying or nothing, because so unfortunately I don't process emotions the same way other people do. And so she said that I was being, here's the thing, she said I was very strong, because when she was told she only had like a short amount of time left, she was crying like a baby, and so she was very shocked that I wasn't upset. I was like, I said to her, I am upset, and she's like, oh well, you're doing like a great job at not showing it, because I didn't tell the woman I was autistic, because I avoid telling people I'm autistic, because I my entire life people treat me very differently when when they find out. I don't care now. Like now I don't care. Like I tell people I'm autistic. It's their problem. If they want to, like, if they're having issues or they want to treat me differently, that's up to them. Won't change how I live my life. That's another thing. That's another thing I'm very, very grateful for is because of the doctors giving me that diagnosis of like you having half-life, I stopped caring. Because before I used to care a shit ton how people see me and like how I was viewed by people. I no longer give two shits. I'm like, I've got a limited time. I don't have time to be worrying about what other people have thinking about me. I've got shit to do. Um, if someone has a problem with me or if someone like doesn't like me, that's them to deal with. That's nothing that I'm gonna be dealing with because I've got shit to do. I don't have time for this anymore. And that's the great thing I love about this is because of that diagnosis, my entire life I would have been very um I would still continue to care about what people think because of this great ability of stop caring what other people think has actually improved. You know, it's funny. It's like, you know, when it's like, it's one thing. I know this is really funny to me, but it may not be funny to you. But you know, give me this like half-life is actually improved my life, even though it technically it's not improving my life because you know I have half a life, but I am improved because it's improved my mindset. Um, because like I think this is the reason why I'm like my father finds it very weird. My father's glad that I've changed in such a way, like this manner. Um, but at the same time, it also concerns him that I'm changing in such a manner. But I'm actually really glad for the diagnosis because it really has changed the way I viewed the world. Because before the world was always different to me, but now seeing it in a different limelight, it's a lot better actually because I'm like, you know what? I'm like, I'm oddly content. Like I'm content and bliss. Um, might be just because I've been doing a lot of not like stressing and everything. Um, or maybe it's just my meds talking. Uh, right. Sorry. I went on a big old ramble there. Right. Let's do some reading. You are on a info dive. Yeah, I info dive in a ramble away as I say it as a positive. Yeah. I don't care if you don't say it as a positive. I'm still gonna ramble anyways. By the way, listen to you yapping always bring me a smile. Certainly strokes society. I'm glad. That's the reason why I ramble. I always want to make people smile. This is the whole point of what I mean. Actually, okay. No, the whole point of me doing streaming is to concentrate. Even though I haven't done much. I mean, to be fair, I've done more than I would have done with if I wasn't streaming. Because if I wasn't streaming right now, I would be on my phone playing games, or getting distracted by other things. So you know, I consider this a win. Um, oh shit, I was doing my animated emote. But yeah, no, technically, this is like, technically I'm doing much better than I would do if I wasn't streaming. Right, by the way, when facing the odds for real, one has to go through kind of mourning process. Yeah, I mean, I didn't quite go through a mourning process. I sort of just optimize. I sort of oh, I'm gonna have to do it again. Uh, why did I click out? Hmm? Hmm? Why did I click out? Ah! Why did I click out? See, this is what happens when I'm not concentrating, when I'm yapping away, you know? I clicked out. I gotta wait all over. The reason why I'm doing this was I was waiting for my fucking uh. Alright, grab all these again. Excuse me, what? I'm pressing A. To control A. That is. Right. Let's go upload all the files again. Yeah, look, every single frame. The reason why I'm doing PNGs is the reason for that is because unfortunately when it comes to making a transparent background in Blender the audio, the film settings to in order to the output settings to do like animated stuff don't have a transparent background because it's in RGB only. To get RGBA, it has to be in PNG, and then I can just turn it into um a PNG, like an animated PNG, and then I can convert it into thing. It's a long story. Anyways, I can't believe I lost. I was been waiting this entire time for that to do that, and I did it, and then I pressed the wrong button. God damn it! But, I didn't actually went through a mourning process. I mean, it was a lot. Like I was in denial for like a longest period of time. Um, but I wasn't quite. Shit, what was the picture? I had a picture. I mean, to be fair, I was gonna hold a card anyways, right? I need to have it so that it's looking. Nope, it's making it my face wider. Shit, I forgot to add the camera. Where's the camera? Right, add camera. Uh, no, I didn't quite go for a mourning process, but that's because once again, like I say, I go through like emotions in me have always been a complicated thing because I struggle to I struggle what I struggle with is I struggle to understand what I'm feeling. Um, uh, 90. I mean, I've always been able to struggle to figure out what I'm feeling. Right, what's the camera settings? Uh, Formats. That is high quality. You know what? I'll keep it. Right. So, I want it to be like this. I think I need to be smaller. So the room needs to be smaller. No. Okay. Right. So maybe if I move it up a little. Oh god. Oh, lag. Right. Yes, I don't know how to explain it really. I just really suck up emotions. The stages the stages of grief are natural for committing symbols, even for things as simple as breakups. Here's the thing, actually, funny enough, talking about breakups, I don't think I actually broke up with my one of my exes. So the one that I had the child with, my son's baby father, I don't actually think I broke up with him. Because we was in a very toxic relationship, and after I found it out, he cheated on me. When I was 9 months pregnant, I found out he cheated on me with a friend and got her pregnant. I I sort of just distanced myself from him. I didn't actually say, "Hey, we're breaking up." I sort of just was like, um, we sort of just went our separate ways. We didn't really have a breakup. I mean, because I was very mad. I was very, very angry for multiple reasons. Um, the main reason why was because I wanted to have an abortion. When I found out when I found out I was pregnant, I didn't find out I was pregnant until like 5 to 6 months into pregnancy, and they told me I only had 2 weeks until I had 2 weeks to decide before it got to the percentile in which I was no longer allowed to abort. I mean, I still would have been able to give it like if even if I decided to change, I would have been able to give the child away. Um, but my ex convinced me that because well, I believed he was infertile for the longest time. Because he showed me documents in which he said he was infertile. Um, but by the way, that can change. By the way, if you get diagnosed with infertile, that can change if like your sperm count. So the reason why he was diagnosed as infertile was because his sperm count was very very low, to the point where it was classed infertile. Um, However, because I didn't know this, that changed. He got healthier, and that changed, and his sperm count increased, and he was no longer infertile. Didn't know that. Didn't know that. I was, and he was told this, by the way. He was told this. He was able. He might be like he might be fertile one day. If he got healthy enough. And he didn't tell me this. He said he was infertile and showed me the documents that he was infertile, so we could do it raw. And I was a fool. To be fair, I was in love. I was a fool, and I was very naive, and so we did. And so there was a whole situation when I got pregnant that his family didn't believe me, like believe that it was his because he told them that he was infertile, and so there was a whole thing in which they and it even got even crazier because I don't have friends. I don't have I don't have people I can meet up with. Like if someone would say, "Oh, hey, can you name like anyone to go to like a party with or go to a cafe with?" I wouldn't be able to do that because I don't have any friends. I've never really had friends. I've never really had friends. I've never it's not like I like having friends, but I do not need friends, if that makes sense. I'm more than happy being by myself. I love that the idea of me being on a desert island all by myself sounds fucking divine. Uh, I'm joking-ish. I mean, because it's to be fair, I am a hermit. I do like my alone being alone, and so I never really had friends, and so when I was with my ex, I didn't have any friends because I had him. I didn't need anyone. And I was more than content. And so when the discussion came in of who I possibly could cheated on, this is where shit went wild. Yeah, you want to hear some nice cup of tea? Here's some nice cup of tea. So this is where shit went wild because when I found out I was pregnant, funny enough, I found out I was pregnant 2 days before my birthday. Funny enough, um, when I told my ex's family I was pregnant, of course they didn't believe me, and we began to fight because I was like saying like, and then they are like they started saying no, it can't be him because he's infertile, and then I bluntly said, oh, okay, if it's not him, name. They knew me. They knew me by the way. They knew I didn't have any friends. I didn't really know anyone. I said, name who you think it is, right this second. No one came to mind. None of them, not no one name came to mind. Apart from the nan, my ex's nan. I fucking despise this woman for what she did. But this sorry, I'm getting very mad already. This nan, because no one could say a name, like everyone was silent once I said that. Everyone was silenced. The nan blurted out because they was just trying to think about to be fair, I think this is what happened in the mind. They was trying to think about every single male that I knew or was close to. The only one they could think of was my father. And so the nan said it was my father's child. And even to be fair, even my ex knew it was his because I didn't have any friends. I was like his. Like he knew I didn't talk to anyone. I didn't speak to anyone. Even my ex knew that was fucked up because even my ex normally sides with his family. And because it's his family, and he started defending, he was like, no, it's not, that's fucked up, don't say that, that's fucked up. And for some fucking reason it got into my ex's family's heads that it was my father's. I don't know fucking why. When my father found, the reason why my father found out about this, by the way, was because my ex's nan went to the healthcare came to speak to both our families, and when the healthcare came to speak to my ex's nan, they said that it wasn't my ex's, it was my father's. They fucking had to investigate this claim. This is how my father, I didn't tell my father this when my ex's nan said it was his, because it was fucking not true and fucking fucked up. And I knew my father would be enraged, so I didn't want to tell him, to keep the peace. But then when he found out from the healthcare, boy oh boy, my father wanted to fucking murder. as I expected. Um, and he was, FYI, he's rightly to be angry. And by the way, all these claims were fucking. I don't. I hate that I know this about my father now. This is why I hate my nan, because I didn't want this information about my father. But my father just like the case got fucking shut down. Like the complaint got shut down straight away because my father showed that he had a vasectomy. Yep, I know my father had a vasectomy, and I found out he had a vasectomy 2 years after I was born. Oh no, not 2 years. 1 year after I was born, because he didn't want any more kids. Because my father has enough kids. Yeah, my father has many, many, many kids, and so all that complaint got shut down rightly. And I mean, it even got shut down further when we got so even though the caseworker got the evidence from my father that like he had a vasectomy, it could be his entire, and the caseworker told my ex's family it isn't. It's not my father's. They still didn't believe like the child belonged to my my ex, and it wasn't until we did a DNA test in which it proved that it was my ex's. And I hate that I know that my father had it. Sorry. This is why I hate my ex's nan. I still do to this day. I despise this woman. I mean, that's not the only reason why I despise this woman. She treated me really awfully. But it's one of the many reasons why I don't like this woman. My ex is not too bad. FYI, the ex is not too bad, but the ex's nan is a fucking piece of work and then some. But yeah, no, once the DNA test came, that's when everyone just that's when the ex's family stopped these accusations and stopped treating me like a piece of shit. And also accepted that my son was a part of their family, it's part of their blood. To be fair, my ex's family is kind of rich. My ex's aunt owns many buildings in London and has a lot of real estate. So I can understand why they didn't accept me, because I come from I see my father's upper. My father's upper. Okay, my mother is lower class, but my father's upper middle class. And because I wasn't sort of in their their world, they didn't really accept me. Especially because me myself, I was very. I wouldn't say. Yeah, no, I would say that was weird. Because of who I am, I'm very. I know I'm unique. I know I'm different. Which is why, I cannot understand why they want to find every reason not to like me. And I totally understand that. I totally understand. You don't, here's the thing. There's gonna be people in this world you just do not like. That's totally fine. But no, they grew to accept me, and also, my son, because, he is their blood. But another reason why they treated me a lot more better is when they found out what my ex did. They sort of felt bad for me as well, because I was treated very they knew my ex coerced me into keeping the child and trying to start a family, only to do what he did, and they were very, 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 they were very angry. They were very angry at my ex. So they sort of sided with me because my ex was a black sheep in the family anyway. So when they found out how they treated me, they sort of they sort of went on my side. They sort of pushed my ex out of a lot of things. To be fair, I found out a lot about my ex, why he was pushed. I found out why my ex was the black sheep, because he's done some pretty shitty things I didn't know about. Oh, when I found that out. Whew. Anyways, God, I really hate it. Here's the thing is, I understand why my ex-nan went straight to my father, because literally the only male person that I was close to in my life was would be my father. My father is the only real male that I'm close to. Um, yeah, yeah, he's the only male in my life. Like, do I know any other males? I mean, technically, my son. My son would also now be another male in my life. Um, but that's it. Those are the two males in my life. Is my son and my father. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I don't really know anyone else. I don't have any. Anyways, but yeah, no. So I can understand why like, cause they struggled. The whole room went silent when they try, like when I blurted out name the male that they think, like, that it could have been apart from my ex. No one could name it. And I can understand why, like, because they needed an escape. They needed a name. It was still fucked up though. I was pissed because I think why I was pissed was they didn't need to say this to the caseworker. I hated, because the reason why I said I wish they didn't say it to the caseworker is there are reports of this now. Like, there are documents in the court proceedings of this, which is what pisses me off, because in the future my son can get access to this. I mean, my son can get access to all the records and see how much of a mess his the starting of his life is. Because the reason why I know he can get access to it is because that's how I got access to mine. I found out, I got access to the CPS reports of what happened in my childhood with my father and my mother, and it was pretty shitty what I read. And I don't want the same for my son. I don't want him ever to see, like, the reason why I don't want my son to ever see these reports is I don't want him ever to think that he is, like, he is causing problems. I don't want him to ever think he is a problem. Like, I never ever want him to feel like he was not, like, wanted or he was unloved. And the reason why I know he would feel this is because that's what I felt when I read the reports. Seeing the arguments they had over in the courts and with the workers, because it's all written down, by the way. The caseworkers write everything you say down. So seeing what my parents wrote, well, not my parents wrote, but what my parents said, it can be heartbreaking. And I don't want my child to ever see, like, what my ex's nan said about him. There were some comments. I read the comments in the case reports because I read the report they made, in which she said some very, very something. There's another reason why I don't like it is what she said about my son when she thought it belonged to my father. It wasn't just her. It was also the other family members of my exes. But the nan was the worst. And I don't want my son to ever read that to think he is, like, anything but absolutely anything but, like, the most amazing person ever. Because he is truly. I would not change. Like, I've gone through a lot of shitty things with my ex and a lot of, like, shitty things. But I wouldn't change a single day if it meant the possibility of my son not existing. And I know that might be sentimental. I know, like, people saying, "Oh," but I mean that sincerely, because I adore that boy more than anyone can know. Because it's no secret I've had issues with my family. Like, I've never really got on, even though, like, me and my father gets on. We didn't always get on. Me and my father only recently gotten, like, back, sort of, like, me and my father only recently became connected again. But there's some shit that happened when I was living with him, in which I walked out and I was homeless for a bit, and we had arguments. We had, like, the normal stuff. But It's only been the past couple of years in which we've been connecting, playing games online, and just getting back to the normal family roots. Um, and I mean, I've always had trust issues. I've always had issues, and like I don't get on with my mum. Me and my mum are basically strangers. We're not. I don't consider us related. I know that sounds very sad, but I don't consider us family. The same goes with my brother. Even though we game, we still get on time to time. What happened in the past, I don't forgive. I will never ever forgive. And that's my thing, by the way. Like, 'cause there's one thing that my family get annoyed at me is like they want me to forgive and forget, but that's not up to them. That's up to me, and I don't, because I'm allowed to. I'm allowed to be mad. What happened to me was unjust, and they know that. That's why they apologized. Um, and why they keep apologizing. But I'm not gonna forgive them. They can keep apologizing all they like. I'm not gonna forgive them. And so, in my eyes, my son is the only true family I have left, and it's the reason why um, it's why I say sincerely, my son is everything to me, because he is. He is the only thing I have left. Um, which is why I like. I mean, like families are always complicated. Like there is not. Show me a family that is perfect. uh, blame the meds. I always blame the meds. I always blame the meds. The meds can do some crazy shit. By the way, most of your reactions to things you have said sounds a lot like stages of grief. It's just that you don't need to go through them all at the same time or in set order. Some stages can be passed or have no impact whatsoever. For example, practical effects. The stages of grief. Oh. Oh, I didn't know that about. See, I thought that's the reason why. I mean, to be fair, I always take everything literal, but I've always believed the stages of grief had to be in a certain set order. I didn't realize that it could be like you can go through different stages at different times, and like you can like be in like one stage while still in the other. Okay, I didn't know that. Um, well then I must be in like the stage of acceptance, because I've accepted it like I accept I accepted it when I was told I was no longer able to work. Like I like when my job, okay, they didn't fire me, they let me go, but when my job let me go, that's when I accepted, okay, like this is my life now, but it doesn't have to be. Um because that's the reason why I'm doing this. Is sure, I can't have a normal job like normal people, but it doesn't mean I still can't do things for people. Like I still can't do like I still can't help like make people stay, and like I can't make things. And so I'm making a channel, making games, making animations, just to, I mean, to be fair, it's just mostly to keep me entertained, because if I weren't doing this right now, if I were just to do absolutely nothing, if I weren't working on animations, improving my craft, I would be severely depressed. I can't do nothing. I don't know how people can. I wish to, like, the ability that people can just, like, do nothing astonish me, because I gotta do something. I've always gotta be keeping myself busy, because I've always gotta be doing something. Even if it's just reading, or just, like, as long as my brain is active, like, my brain is being stimulated, I have to do something. I would go insane. I don't use this word often, but your nan sounds like a true bitch. Makes me mad too. Oh, yeah. No, I mean, my ex has done some scrummy things, but his nan is worse. In my opinion, only because of the shit that she, like, the drama she got. The drama was unnecessary. Like, the drama didn't need to be as, like, she could have just kept the mouth shut. Wait. She could have kept the mouth shut. Waited until, because I said to the family, to even prove this, when my son is born, I'll do a DNA test to prove it. And because my ex had no doubts the child was his, because I didn't have any friends. I was by myself. He knew the only possible person that could have been is his. That's why he was so confident the child was his. That's why he wanted me to keep the child. Which is why, like, which is why I was like so fucking frustrated that the family didn't believe me, because like my ex like believed. Why didn't I just but anyway, so like she could have kept her mouth shut until the DNA test comes back. No, she wanted the drama. She wanted to cause drama and cause issues. My father got so mad at one stage that he almost went over to the ex's nan's house and beat the living shit out of her. Because he was getting talked to by caseworkers, and I was mad for my father, because when my father was being talked to by the caseworkers, he was being treated so disgustingly. Like, they truly, if he didn't give the evidence that he did, he would have been treated like a fucking pervert. Like, he was being treated like a criminal. Even though my ex, everyone that knew my father knew he, like, and it was worse, if it would have gotten out, to like, if people in the town or people in his job found like out that he was being investigated for this, it could have severely impacted him. Like, he could have been fired for something he did not do, which is what pissed me off even further, because he was being treated such really badly by the caseworkers. And if it wasn't for the evidence that he provided, showing that he cannot have kids, and he like, and it not just that, it was like, because that was one. I mean, because vasectomies aren't like, you know, foolproof. If it wasn't for the DNA test proving, then like, because even though they were like, you know, okay, maybe my father didn't, there were still possibilities. The DNA test like got rid of every single possibility. But if it would have, if people, like, if before like all this, like, if the kid, like, that's what pissed me off. If this would have been found out, like, if people would have found out my father was being investigated for this, it could have severely impacted his life. And that's what pissed me off, because my father was innocent. He was like, he didn't even ask for any of this. Like, this was drama between my ex's family and me. That's what I got mad about, was there was no need for involving my father. And what the nan did was fucking disgusting. I hate her. My father was like, that's why I don't like my ex. Like, 'cause my ex treated me like really. Maybe it's just because I'm very defensive when it comes to people I care about. You can treat me like shit all you like you can severely. Thank you for the head pats, but sadly, I'm not using my 3D model. Like, it's the one thing I say. Like, you can treat me like shit. You can talk like, you can call me whatever you want. Call me a retard. Call me a like whatever you want. But you start talking shit about my family and the people I care about, I ain't standing for that. I will always stand up for my friends, because I'm very protective of those I care about. I will always be protective of people I care about. And that's why I was just so severely pissed off for my father, because... anyways, I'll stop talking about that, because it's not a great... It really is not a great... My wife is my best friend to you by normal standards. My wife is my best friend to you by normal standards of friends needing almost daily interaction. I have no other besides online ones, but I consider people friends even if I don't talk to them unless... Yes! Yes! Don, we are the absolute same. Actually, funny enough, a funny story. For the longest time possible, I didn't realize, like, when I was much younger, this is during high school era, I didn't realize if you don't talk to people, some people take that as you not liking them or you hating them, or you just don't want to, like, you don't want to be friends anymore. I did not know this during high school, and so when I didn't talk to a lot of people for the longest time periods, and then I went to go talk to them because we just meet up or something, they give me like the stink eye, and I was very confused. And it wasn't until college era where this fantastic what's her name? There's this lovely there's a student in my college for game design, And she like, because when I told her I was autistic, because this is when I started telling people I was like autistic. Um, she realized that I didn't realize that not talking to people, for neurotypical people, that's like saying that I hate them. And my like when I was told this, my whole like I look back to all my memories and I'm like, oh, this explains so much. But I say this to everyone now. If I don't talk to you for the longest time, it's not because I don't like you. I still consider like I still like, for example, Ducky. I haven't spoken to Ducky in a week or two, and so I still consider Ducky one of my closest and bestest of friends. Um, but like, and I think I like to believe she still thinks I'm one of her friends. I may not be her best friend, but she's my best friend. Um, what was I saying? Right. Yeah, so even though I haven't talked to Ducky, like I still consider one of my bestest of friends. We occasionally talk. When is the last time I talked to her actually? Now I got myself curious. I lost Ducky. Right. Hold on. Let's have a look. You know, sorry, Ducky. I'm showcasing our conversations. When was this? 29th. Okay, so 4 days ago. So it's not been an entire week. But there was a time, hold on, before this. Uh, it was before the camera. Hold on, because that's the reason why we've been talking recently. Um, but yeah, I mean, like you can see here, like there'll be like it's usually a week before me and Ducky talk. There'll be times. Where's the longest? Here, a whole month I didn't talk to Ducky. A whole entire month I didn't talk to Ducky, and we still consider friends. So yeah, I think she knows like we don't talk, but then I'm still consider everyone like I don't talk to. If I don't talk to anyone, isn't because we're not friends. I still consider everyone my friends, unless like you said, Don, we had a fight. I mean, even if we fight, I usually forget about the fight because like it's not like I forget about the fight. It's more like it depends on what type of fight we had. If it's something stupid, I will still consider you my friend. And what I mean by something stupid, I once had an argument with someone over over what's like over the pronunciation of tomato. Well, no, it wasn't. It wasn't just about the pronunciation of tomato. It was also about if tomatoes are like like we had an argument in which like we was talking about how people say that pineapple shouldn't be on pizza because it's a fruit, and then I retorted saying, okay, if if fruit shouldn't be on pizzas, then tomatoes shouldn't be on it either. And they're like, wait, what? So yeah, tomato sauce, tomatoes shouldn't be on pizza then. And they're like, no, that's like the whole point of pizzas is, you know, I was like, well, tomatoes are a fruit, and we started having this whole argument. Um, if it's something stupid like that, I still consider us friends because even if it's something as little as that, at the end of the day, it's still about preferences. The only issues I have with people if we have like very, very different view. I mean, even if we have different views, I'll still consider him a friend. Because his thing about views is I could have a complete. Here's the thing with me about people and like people are like, oh yeah, yeah, no, I won't talk to someone because you know they're like pro Palestine or pro Israel, and I'm like, okay, that's just a viewpoint. That's not like if they're a good person. It's like for example, what people are mad that James McAvoy is pro Israel. Is it Israel? No, I can't remember what it's called. And everyone's like trying to cancel him, and I'm like, so just because he has a different viewpoint, all his like amazing work just goes down the drain. Like I get that his viewpoint may be wrong, but it doesn't like he's still a good person. He still donates to charity. He still does all these amazing things. You're saying because he has this one viewpoint, he's a terrible like no one should hire him. that doesn't seem right to me. The only way I wouldn't be friends with someone is if they like hurt people. If they intentionally like enjoy hurting people and like intentionally hurting people, that's where I won't be friends with someone. That's where I won't like that. That's where I draw the line. But if it's about viewpoints, I couldn't give two shits because everyone in this world sees the world differently. Actually, a perfect example of this is me and my brother had a conversation. I say recently. It's not recently. It's been like fucking 6 months. But we was talking about our childhood, and he found out I lived, even though we had the same child. Like, okay, well, I lived with my brother until I was 12, and then that's when we got separated. Because there was a lot of shit going on. Um, and so I lived with him until I was 12. And when we talk about our childhood, when we used to live together, and like, when we was kids, he like, because he only recently realized that my mother treated us very, very differently. And he didn't know this. He really did not know this. He felt really bad. He even felt, yeah, to be fair, he said he felt even worse then because he used to treat me awfully because a lot of our extended family would often give me gifts. The reason why they give me gifts is because, just for explanation, my mother would favor my brother to a ridiculous extent. Where like she would give him like everything, like brand new stuff, and I would have his hand-me-downs. My father used to get so mad at my mother because when I would turn up to for the weekend, he would get so mad because I'll be in clothes that did not fit me because it would be my brother's hand-me-downs because she refused to buy me any clothes. Um, and the same goes for items as well. Like my brother had like an Xbox and everything. I had nothing, and like an Xbox and computer and everything. And I had absolutely nothing. And my extended family saw this, and on my father's side, my extended family on my father's side saw this and felt really, really bad for me, of how like I was being treated. And so they would give me things like my half blood brother, he gave me an Xbox, um and my father bought me a laptop. But because here's the thing, my brother destroyed both of those things because he was upset that he didn't get one, and he always believed I was the spoiled one because everyone, like the extended family, would give him things. Wouldn't give him things, but would give me things, and I could understand that. I could understand that why he would view that, but he didn't realize the reason why the extended family would give me things was because my mother was treating us very differently and treating me very awfully. And well, as it says in the reports, she was neglecting me, and he didn't know this. He didn't know a lot of this. I mean, to be fair, he was a child. This is why I don't blame him as much. Like I used to hate my brother. I used to full on despise my brother and hated him for how he treated me, um, and because I'm not excusing all his behavior because a lot of his behaviors were fucked up. Um, but I sort of now after we spoke, I sort of see it from his perspective where I'm like, ah, this is where like miscommunication has come in. He believed I was the spoiled one because I was given things, and he didn't realize he was like he was being spoiled by our mother, and that's the reason why. And when he found this out, he felt so bad. And this is good, but by the way, this is, I mean, it's not good that he felt bad, but I mean, like, it's good that we was able to sit down to talk about these things because me and my brother for the longest period of time, we could barely be in the same room without arguing and shouting at each other. Um, even when I was 16 and he was 18, we still continued to fight. It wasn't until I think it wasn't until I had my son, in which and where and not just when I had my son, but also when he got his fiance, in which we sort of like sat down and had a proper conversation like adults, in which we listened to it. We sat and we listened, and we didn't interrupt each other. We let each other speak our minds and tell us, say our point of view. And when we did, we then realized how badly our miscommunication was, because we realized when we sat down and actually talked we realized why we were like fucking hate, like why we hated each other, and we realized, oh, we shouldn't have been hating each other, like, because it was our mother that failed us. It was our mother that caused this, like, without, maybe not, maybe she didn't do it. I don't think she did it on purpose, but because of how she treated us so differently, um, it is what caused the rift between us. I mean, there was also other discussion, like when I was when my brother was younger, he had anger issues, and he used to blame me for a lot of, like, there was a lot of things into it, but we realized, um, yeah, no, we realized a lot of it was just miscommunication, and like not just miscommunication, but not seeing it from each other's points of view. Um, which we realized, oh shit, like we shouldn't have been at ends at each other. We should have been like, right. I'm gonna have to sneeze, so excuse me for a moment. Oh, sorry. I hate sneezing. I sound like I'm like fucking. I feel bad for people that hear my sneeze because I shout when I sneeze, not on purpose. I just have really loud sneezes, and so that's why I always feel bad for people. Right. Right. What was I saying? Right. Um. What was I saying? I mean, but that's the great thing about, like. Here's the great thing is that time. Okay, time doesn't heal all wounds, but time makes you realize certain things. I see how pointy this is. I'm gonna have to fix that. Um, time. Here's the thing with time. It's a fascinating. I just realized it should be done by now. Um, time is a fascinating subject. Uh, right. A, P, and G. Right. Now we're gonna do, what was it? I had a 0.1, didn't I? Right. Um, there we go. That's in the middle of processing. Right. But yeah, no, here's the thing. Here's the thing when it comes to me about when I'm in relationships, because I mean, I only recently found out I'm a demisexual. And I was like, oh, this explains so much about me. Um, because when I do get into a relationship with someone, when I do fall in love, it's okay. I wouldn't say I don't like using the word obsessed. I don't no, I do get it's the best way of saying it. I only think about that person. I only care about that person and think about that person. I don't think about anyone else. I get obsessed with them. And I didn't realize this until I was told by like I was speaking to my therapist, and we discussed many subjects. And when we was talking about my ex, because we was talking about some traumatic memories of my ex, we was talk we started talking about my sexuality. Um, because we was the reason why we started talking about my sexuality is I can't remember the comment I made, but I made a comment in which me and my ex, we went out somewhere, and we were both saying, like, we was both like saying we wanted to hit on this, like, there was this really pretty girl. And so my therapist got like, I mean, I think they got curious, but they wanted to delve into my sexuality more, and they're like, okay, so you like boys or girls? And I was like, I like both. I've never really cared. I just fallen, like, I still fall for the person. And they're like, okay, would you date a trans person? I was like, yeah. As if they had a, like, I don't give a shit like what's in between the legs. I give a shit about who they are. Like, cause like they could have like whatever been. They could have lost their junk. They could be a fucking what's it called? Not a monk. Someone that doesn't have anything, and I'll still fall in love with them. I never really cared about genitalia, and this is what piqued my therapist's interest in me. It's like, okay, so you don't care what's in between someone's legs. I was like, no, I don't, my entire life, I've never seen the biggest fuss about that. I don't understand why people always like, what, like, for example, what's happening now, like, where people want, like, saying that, oh, like, trans people shouldn't be in bathrooms. Trans people have always gone into like whatever bathroom that like they wanted. Like I don't understand why this has come about like in recent times. I don't know why this has become an issue. And it's like I've never understood. I've never really understand gender normalities. I've never understand gender, like why this difference is between gender, because like we're all humans. Like it doesn't like we all bleed blood. Like why does it matter? Like and so we continue this on this line of questioning, in which my therapist then asked how I view a relationship, and I was like, what do you mean? Like, I was quite confused about that. I was like, view a relationship? Are we like are we talking about like fucking a TV show? She's like, no. How do you view a relationship? But what do you think about when you think about your like when you're in a relationship with your ex? And I'm like, I was like, I didn't like. I was like that question blew my mind because I've never really thought about that before. And then I realized, well, it's like okay, she changed the question because she see I was struggling. And she was like, you know what? Okay, better yet. Do you think about other people while you're in the relationship? And I was like, no, why would I? I don't give a shit about anyone else. I only give a shit about the person I'm in love with. And this is where a smile grew on her face, and I was like, what? Why are you smiling? I was like, this is what did I say something? And she's like, and then she continued down the line of questioning where she was like, oh, okay, when you're in a relationship, do you care, like, do you want anything from your significant partner? I was like, what? No, I don't want anything from my significant partner. I just want them to be them. That's why I love them. And then that smile kept growing. As I keep answering these questions, the smile kept getting bigger. I didn't know it was possible that the smile kept getting bigger. It just kept on getting bigger and bigger as I keep answering the questions. I'm guessing correctly. I didn't know it was correctly when and she's like, she's like, you're demisexual. I was like, I'm sorry, what now? Here's okay. To be fair, back then I didn't know about these different sexualities. The only sexualities I knew was straight, bi, gay, lesbian, and asexual. Those were the only sexualities I knew. I didn't realize there's a whole shit ton of sexualities out there. There's a whole mountain of sexualities. And I didn't know this because I've always, when I looked at the mountain, I saw 4 parts or like 5 parts if you're just counting the tip of the iceberg. But on those mountains, there are crevices, there are tunnels, there are all sorts of like parts of this mountain. It wasn't just the mountain. And the same goes for sexuality. Sexuality had like, there's so much to it. And my therapist was like, you're demisexual. I was like, what the fuck's a demisexual? Because I mean, I knew about the jokes about, like, because I thought, like, at one stage I was pansexual, because I learned about pansexual from a friend, and I knew about, like, jokes, like, oh, they're into pans and all that. But when I had demisexual, I was like, what, I'm into fucking gods now? But no, it turns out demisexual is, when I fall in love, when I look at someone, I don't get any, I don't see them sexually. When I look, everyone I ever meet, I will never ever see them sexually. I'll see them as they are. Like, I'll see them as people. I will never. It isn't until I get to know the person and I fall in love with that person is when I'll start feeling sexual towards them. But it takes time for demisexuals. It takes time. It takes a long time for this to happen. and it has to be they have to be set in like sort of like check boxes and everything. Uh, and I didn't know this. I didn't know this. I was like, oh. And not just that, but demisexuals, when they do fall in love with someone, they like they fall on head heels. Like I don't know what's called. There was a word that my therapist used, and I can't remember what it's called. But basically, it means I don't give two shits about my concerns, my pleasures, my anything in the relationship. The only thing I care about is my partner in the relationship. I will like basically I sort of like I give them the myself to them in a way when I fall in love, and I didn't know this. um I really didn't know this. I thought I didn't realize. It's not as I didn't know this, but it's like I didn't realize there was a thing. Like this is a thing. Like I wasn't the only one to experience this. There are other people like me in the world that also are demisexuals, and I'm like, I sort of loved that. Like finding out, I was like, holy shit, I'm not the only one that feels this way. So I mean, I always knew I saw relationships differently because I didn't give two shits about relationships when I was in high school or like college. I've seen all my friends getting boyfriends and girlfriends. The only I looked back into like when I was talking to my therapist and we was talking about why I got into relationships. My very first relationship I got into, and I'm sorry, I'm gonna name them. Actually, I won't name him. I'll call him. I'll call him by his first name. Because there's a lot of Charlies in the world. My very first one, like the very first one I got into a relationship was called Charlie, and the only reason why we started dating was my parents. Because I could hear my father and my stepmother like in the kitchen and everything. And my father started like he noticed that I didn't have like a boyfriend, and he started worrying that like if I was gay or something, and he was worried that I wasn't in a relationship with someone. And they continued having the conversation, and I realized shit, I'm making my parents worry that like I'm not in a relationship. So I went and got myself a relationship so that my parents wouldn't worry. And I didn't realize like I like okay, I know it's gonna make me sound shitty, but I didn't love Charlie. The only reason why we was in a relationship was just to like soothe my parents' worries. And but then when after we broke up because he wasn't happy because I wasn't like a normal girlfriend. If anything, I was a very shitty girlfriend because I didn't give two shits. Um uh my parents started getting worried again. Because after a year or two I wasn't dating again, and I didn't realize the reason why they was getting worried is because most most females at the age I was like would go through boyfriends like no tomorrow. I didn't know this, and that's why I was confused why they keep getting worried why I didn't like if I was hiding relationships, if I was hiding anything. And so this time I experimented because I was curious. It's like, okay, I was like after the breakup with Charlie, I was like, okay, maybe I'm just not into, maybe they're correct, maybe I'm gay. And then I went into a relationship with a female. Same thing happened where I didn't give two shits about them. I only got into a relationship because I mean they asked me and I was curious. I was like, maybe I'm gay. Then I realized no, I'm not gay. And like, well, it wasn't that I wasn't gay. I can be gay. I have been gay. I shouldn't say I'm not gay because I am gay. Well, technically, because like I said, with demisexuals, I fall in love with anybody. They can be a helicopter and I could fall in love with them. So male or female, I can fall in love with. It doesn't have to be specific gender. So technically, I'm gay and technically, I'm not gay. I'm everything. Because I mean, they could even be non-binary and I'll still love them. Like, here's the thing: is I do not have. I really don't have preferences. And of course, I didn't know this back then, so I kept going through different relationships, trying to find out. And then I got into a relationship with a trans person, and still no difference. Didn't feel anything. And it wasn't until I met my ex, um, my son's father, my ex, in which I actually fell in love. I actually fell head over heels. Um, and I loved the relationship we was in because it was, in my opinion, it was the relationship I was after. And um, I mean, okay, it wasn't a perfect relationship. There was the issues with boundaries, but then again, back then I didn't know what boundaries were. Anyway, long story. Anyways, so and I realized, oh, okay, maybe I'm just straight. And then when I was in my relationship with my ex, we would talk about certain things, and we got into questioning, and I was like, oh no, I can find like because we was doing like, you know, like what would like what's it called, it's like hit or it's sort of like hit and miss. Like would you smash? But it was back then, it wasn't that. We was just talking about, because we was talking about I think it was the Avengers at the time, and in particular Natasha Romanoff. I said, I like, hey, she's like, holy shit, I love Natasha. Like, the character of Natasha Romanoff is, if you read her in the comics, damn. Like, if you think Natasha Romanoff is fucking hot and like cool in the movies, read the comics 10 times hotter. But there's other characters as well. And that's when the conversation of my sexuality came into question, because my ex was curious as well, like he told, my ex told me he was bi, and because the reason why he told me he was bi, he said he had an issue in a previous relationship where his ex wasn't comfortable with him being bi, and I was like, why would I give two shits that you're bi? He's like, well, I just don't want you to think that, like, I was like, no, you don't, like, I had to reassure him, like, do not worry, like, I'm fine with you being bi. You do not question this. Um, 'cause I had to research. Like, I just loved him for him. I did. I loved him for what he was. And we then had a conversation, like as most people do, towards sexuality. And he was curious about mine. I was like, "What are you?" I was like, I told him honestly. I honestly didn't properly know. And we went through the discussion. That's where he told me, "Oh, do you think you're pan?" And I was like, "What the fuck's a pansexual?" And he explained to me that's when you fall, you basically do anyone. And I was like, oh yeah, then yeah, that's me, because I wouldn't care, because I just fall in love with them. Um, and it wasn't until I spoke to my therapist where I realized, oh no, because with pansexuality, the difference between pansexuality and demisexuality is pansexuality sexualize everyone. Like they would fuck anything that would walk. Whereas demisexuals, it's a lot more intuitive. Yes, I would have to fall in love, then I would fuck whoever, as long as I'm in love with them. Well, not I'm in love, but I had feelings for them. Um, and here's the thing I didn't realize about demisexuals as well, is we're monogamous. When we fall in love with someone, we do not think about anyone else. We do not like have anything. We only care about the thing. And I'm like, oh, that's so cool. Like, that's pretty cool. But the fascinating thing about demisexuals is they. I wouldn't say, okay, we're monogamous, but our partners are not required to be monogamous, because that's the conversation I had with my ex, was at the start of our relationship. We was discussing about our relationship. I said to him, as long as he was happy, I didn't care. Like, as long as I was in a part of his life, I didn't care about anything. And he said, okay, what if we had an open relationship? I was like, I'm fine with that. I said to him, I wouldn't do anyone else, because I don't care about anyone else. I don't. But he can do whatever he wanted, because I loved him. Um, as I said, I said only if he would tell me, like, because I don't want secrets. I said only if he told me who it is, and like I'd be more than happy to have an open relationship with him. And that's the reason why I got very mad at my ex, was I would have been okay with him sleeping around with others, but he never told me anyone he was. I mean, to be fair, he only slept with one that I know of, but I was only told about one, and I got mad at him because we had this argument where I said to him, I would have said he could have if he would have just told me about it, about the relationship he had, and we got into a heated argument, and I think that's probably when we sort of broke up. I wouldn't say we broke up, but it's that's where we drifted apart. I would say because I here's the thing with me. I have I've always had severe trust issues, and as long as you tell me the truth, I'm fine with it. That's all I care about. It's just here's the thing I don't understand about people is if you just tell the truth, I think most of the time people will surprise you. I know, like telling, like being honest is very scary. Like it's, don't get me wrong, I know this, but telling the truth is much better than telling a lie, like living a lie. It's more like living a lie is a lot more stressful, anyways. But that's why I got mad at my ex is because I would have been fine with an open relationship. I truly, that's how much I was in love with my ex was. I was so in love with my ex. I would do anything basically. And I think that's what people don't realize about demis. Like if you want someone to be head over heels, find yourself a demisexual. I don't know how rare we are though. How rare we are. I like how I say that as if we're Pokemon. It's like, oh yeah, it's like a rare Pokemon. Demisexuals. Uh, if your son, he ever reads it, someone better read from that. Some people hate realize of who you are, and even people will change their feeling after meeting the real people, and that they don't have to define them at the least. That's he is what he makes. Yeah, his thing. No, I totally get that. Because that's why I'm hoping I'll be there to reassure him if he ever does read. But the problem is, even if I'm there to reassure, because that's what happened with me. Like, because I read some things about what my mother said about me, I confronted my mother with the documents and what she said, and she tried to reassure me that she loved me. But the problem is, once you read something so disgusting about yourself, it eats away. Like it's the same with it's the same with ideas. Like once you have an idea, you can never get rid of it. Like it's the same aspect of that, in which is why I'm like why I don't want him to ever find out. Uh, it's why I don't want him to ever find out about like the things that have been said about him. Is because it does eat away at you, and it's not nice either. Like, but no, I just don't want my son to ever think he is not loved because he will always be loved. Right. God, doing all this just for this is for the main menu, by the way. What I'm doing right here, I'm making an image for the main menu of my game. But Jesus Christ. Right, because I want to have the start, stop, multiplayer. Well, it start. I should do it single multiplayer option because I do want to do it multiplayer. I want to have it so that you guys like. I want to the game I want to make because it's a card game. I want it so that you can have up to 10 people, in which you can like all take turns doing your things and everything. Playing this card game, fight against each other like a free for all where you can team up, but you can also like basically I want Magic the Gathering, but as a game, but a cool game where you can create your own characters and such. Uh, I just want to make a really cool game. Sounds like you needed a head pat anyway. I'd honestly I would love a head pat right now in real life. I totally get that. It took a long time until I understood sexuality and how variety is. It's very much like to keep. I very much like to keep listening, so I surely listen to the stream later. Gonna be lurking for now. Love you, Kipper. Catch you soon. Oh, thank you, Don, for stopping by. Apologize. I don't know why today it's just ranty. I don't know. If it might be the meds. I won't lie. Probably the meds. Yeah, because in case of anyone that missed it, but I did stream earlier in my usual time because my usual time's at 12 o'clock now. For me, 12 GMT, and I passed out during the stream. I was very lucky that that like I managed to like whatchamacallit, to end the stream. I think the stream actually I think the stream probably ended on its own when my internet, I don't know when. I looked back on it. I can see the exact, like I can hear the exact moment I passed out on stream, and I'm like, shit. Well, it's not like I say I wouldn't say it's like I'm like shit. I was more like, I wouldn't say it was concerning. It's, no, it is concerning when you pass out. It's just I was more concerned. Mm, sorry, I'm trying to get this head position right. Maybe, let me do. It looks like I'm about to smoke a cigarette, but I promise you that's not what this character is doing. I just don't like how this looks. Hold on, let me. Let's do this. I don't like how this looks, but it's gonna. I. So I'm just fixing up my coat because my coat's a bit funky. There we go. Right. Yeah, so I need to have my character holding my card, so let me just append. I should save this. I haven't even saved this yet. Hold on. Save as uh main menu setup. The reason why I want to save it as that is that if I ever want to change the main menu picture, I can just come back to this. Right. Now I need to uh card, because right now it looks like I'm about to do a cigarette, but it's not. I'm gonna be holding a card. Uh so let me append my card. I need to actually do more cards, but I'm honestly lazy. It took me an entire fucking week to make this card. To be fair, I just need to do pictures now. I don't need to worry too much about I don't have to worry too much about, like, because the reason why it took me a week is because I had to draw like the different symbols. Oh, let me get onto the back. Yeah, the reason why it took me so long is I had to draw like all these symbols and everything, and then I have it so that it's the symbols can be changed out in the top left corner, because I want it, like I'm doing different factions and such. So that's the reason why it took me so long, is because it's just because of how long it took to draw. To be fair, it's not perfect. A good example of this, if I hold on, let me if I can see if I can make this bigger. Oh god. If you really look closely, hold on, let me, like you can see like these little specks of where I tried to make this green a little bit more translucent and it failed. But I wanted it to look like it's gonna be covering, because this is a separate layer. So the picture you see behind is the picture I drew. And then I have it underneath because I have it so that you can I'm gonna have it so you can change out the picture on, like, in my game to whatever you want. And so I tried to make it so that it looks more like it's more embedded onto the picture. It sort of works, but I don't like how it looks. You can see like the little really bad details. Um yeah. I'm not the biggest fan of it. I won't lie. But I love how this looks. I'm so proud of myself for this. Don't get me wrong, it's not, it's, there are issues. For example, I don't like how my eyes look. I wanted to do, like, more definition into, like, the moon, but the problem is, like, it's, as soon as I did that, you can sort of see where when I had to make the picture bigger, that it lost its definition. Not bigger, sorry. When I had to make the picture smaller, to fit the card, it lost its definitions. So I got actually really upset about that. But yeah. I'm proud of myself. I love how this looks. I mean, it's a lot bluier. But to be fair, this is the same. By the way, it's the same color. You see the skin on this is the exact same color on my character. It's literally just the lighting. The lighting is what affects how my character looks. My character is blue, by the way. Um, FYI, I know this axolotl is green. This character is a weird thing, okay? Um, my character is actually blue. It's just actually a perfect example of this. Actually, is is if I get closer onto my model. Well, okay, I shouldn't say it's blue because it's not blue. It's a cyan. Well, not cyan. It's like a teal cyan color. But my character is blue. But the perfect example of it is the lips. You can see it so clearly on the lips. Hold on. I realize. Hold on. Why am I trying to do it on this one? Hold on. No. Back. Right. The lips. Look at the lips. It's blue. It's blue. And hold on. Let me go. I need to get inside the mouth. Let me get inside the mouth. Guys, you're about to see some wild behind the scenes right now. Oh god. Trying to get inside myself is not something I was planning on doing today. Here, hold on. Oh god, I was just... This is the most awkward... Here we go, here we go, here we go. Like, you can see the teeth. Blue! It's blue! I'm blue! I know I look like a greeny color. Hold on, let me see if I can fix it with the lighting. Because right now, the lighting I have is not the lighting. Actually, what is the lighting? Oh, it's pitch black, noted. Right, I do love some of these. Love how that looks. This looks, ooh. This is starting to look spicy! Right, I mean, I look sort of bluey there. I look sort of bluey there. What's this one? Oh, what about this one? Yeah, look, I look blue! I look blue! By the way, this is a HDI that I made myself. HDR I made myself. You have no clue how long it took me to learn how to make a HDI. And another fun fact, hold on, let me actually show you the HDI, because you'll laugh, you might actually laugh about this. Right, HDR. Right, let me get rid of the, blur. You might notice something about, it's very pretty HDR, isn't it? It's a very, very pretty HDR. But you might have noticed, but let me do this actually, hold on, let me do it like this, right? I flip the world upside down. The HDR is upside down. This is how the HDR was meant to be when I made this DNR. FYI, this picture, this is a picture I didn't create this. I didn't draw this. I don't know, I can't remember who drew this. But I didn't draw this, but I made it into a HDNI because I was testing out how to make HDNRs, because I wanted to make things. Anyways, however, I didn't realize It wasn't until I was animating there's a TikTok on my TikTok there's an animation of a piano tiles I did. It wasn't until I did that animation that when I went to add the HDNR as the background and on because normally when I have these lighting effects on, I have it on so it's like uh oh wait, hold on, that's the wrong one. Like this. So you can't see what's going on in the back. And so oh god, I clicked the wrong button. Shit. Anyways, while I'm waiting for this to load. Um yeah, so it wasn't until I did that animation that I was like, oh yeah, I need a background. I got rid of I added the opacity back to see how it looks as the backdrop. And I like when I realized it was upside down, I honestly wanted to cry. I was like, I spent so much time making that HDR. You don't understand the trouble I went into making that HDR. Because it wasn't easy. It really was not easy. HDN people that make HDNRs are fucking amazing. And anyone that ever questions people that make HDNR needs to be put into an asylum. But yeah, so because I have it like that, when I like undid the opacity, I was like to see how it would look as the backdrop. It was blurred at first, and I was like, okay, let me get rid of the blur. And when I got rid of the blur, I noticed something. I was like, wait, this doesn't look like a mushroom. I started looking around. I was like, where's and then I saw this. I mean, don't get me wrong, it looks really cool of it being upside down. But I looked up and I was like, oh no, please no. I spent too much on this HDR. And then I flipped my camera upside down like this. And I turned and I was like, oh god, no! It's my worst nightmare! And there's no way to me to fix this unless I redo the entirety of the HDNR. And with how long it took me to make it, I was like, nah, fuck it. I don't care. I'll just use a different one. But yeah, that's why I'm never ever gonna be making a HDNR in the future. Right. What am I doing? Get rid of this. Not what I wanted. Get rid of this. There we go. Right. I like how this lighting looks. Oh, I love the song. Ba, 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 ba. Right, by the way, I'm doing a 6-hour stream today. Because I need to get this work done. I can't keep procrastinating. I can't keep this is the reason why I don't have my 3D model is I can't keep trying to figure out how to make my computer's shit. Okay, it's not shit. I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't say that. I'm sorry, computer. You're not a shit. You just can't do what I want you to do. To be fair, I am asking a lot of my computer because I'm asking it to do this while also render like track my 3D model. And so I understand why. And that's why I want quite that's why I'm like when I'm working on Blender, I'll have like my thank you for reminding myself. When I'm because that's why I'm making that's why I'm making this. This is gonna be in placement of my little axolotl I have. Right. Can I download? Right, I want to just save this for now because I do want to speed it up because I feel like it's too slow. Do 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 do. Do 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 bow bow. Mumbo Jumbo 5. God, I love songs like this. Actually, to be fair, my favorite type of music to listen to is electro jazz. Oh no, not electro jazz, electro funk. Electro funk is my favorite to listen to. But I love all songs. I can't say I love one in particular. I love all songs. Alive, a little bit of America by my side. You got all I need. Thought I see a little bit of water on the sand. Big on my line, a little bit of sweeter, what I am. It makes me on me. Doo doo doo, bow 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 bow. Where do I put you, chat? Let's put chat over here. Did I make chat a little bit bigger? I feel like I should make chat a bit. Oh god. Oh no, I'm moving everything now. This is not what I wanted to do. Right. Oh, let me just transform fit to screen. I really should lock more of these up, but I'm too much of an idiot. There you go, chat. Chat's over there now. A little bit of your crap by my side. Right. I want to increase the speed. Right. Let's try increasing this 100. God, seeing this in slow motion is absolutely weird as fuck. I mean, I'm in love with how, like, I love the details of how this looks. God, I think I'm in love with myself. Well, actually, okay, I should correct. I think I'm in love with the character I've created. I mean, is it love? Hold on, I bet you're wrong here. God, I'm so pretty. I could stare at myself all day at this rate. God. Just, ugh, look at the little girl. I'm not. I need to change. I need to change this. The redness. I don't like how I do that. I did that. Look, it looks. I don't know if it looks too plain. I might need to add like some details on it. Do I know what details yet? No, but I'll figure something out. I always do. Maybe if I just drew some. Hmm. Hmm. That's one face. Oh, that's a different face. I didn't move the eyebrows. I'm wondering why this looks like I'm so pissed. And I realized it's because I didn't move my eyebrows. I knew I forgot something. Knew it. Knew it. No, no. I was thinking I've missed something. There is something that I am missing here. I couldn't pin like the. So that's why I went really quiet. If you ever hear me go quiet, by the way, it's because I'm thinking really like I'm thinking real innately, and I realized just now why like I was looking because there was something off. I was like, there's something off. I mean, I knew there's been something off for a while. I just couldn't think what it is. I realized what it is now. And it's the eyebrows. My eyebrows are not moving, and that's why it looks. Damn it. Yeah, I'm fine with that though. To be fair, this right here is only gonna be a placeholder for this thing. This what you see here, what I'm making, is gonna just replace this. So every time I'm talking, that this animation will go off. Um, rather than having this little thing, this fucking thing. Don't get me wrong, this thing is cute, but it was only like this was just meant to be for Ducky, because to have like an animal themed avatar for her. Because to be fair, I did in my lore, my character is a shapeshifter. Um, well, it's not okay. They're not a shapeshifter. They use magic to shapeshift. Like, okay, have I used a lot of inspiration from Loki for this character? Maybe, but I don't care because it's my character. If I want them to be questionably moral, that's up to me. If I want them to be able to shapeshift because they know they're in the master of the magics, that's up to me too. But yeah, they don't illusion. They use magic to like transform into whatever they want, including people. I can shapeshift into other people. Um, but it's magic. I like sirens. Sirens are very limited in what they can do. They can breathe underwater. Uh, um, in my world, they can't seduce with this voice. But they do have a distinct like scent to them, which causes increases pheromones. But it's very small amount. It's not massive. That's but that's it. That's it. It does the I mean, what else can sirens do? Oh, they have long lives. Unlike humans, they have long lives. They can live up to naturally. They can live up to about 500 years. What else can these sirens do? They are very sensitive to sound, hearing. Like they're very sensitive to all sounds, all hearings, and smells. They are they're highly gifted in their senses. I wouldn't say they're highly intelligent. There can be dumb sirens. Um, because like with all creatures, intelligence can be learned. Some are gifted at a very young age to be intelligent, but it's intelligence can be learned. You can get smart over time. So I wouldn't say they're highly intelligent. The reason why the seen by humans as highly intelligent is because that the knowledge that sirens, because of their long lives, the knowledge that they have, they're highly more advanced than humans. That's why they're perceived by humans as highly intellect, but they're not innately highly intellectual because of what they are. What else is law? Is this not maybe still bad gateway? I'm about to fucking throw bad gateway at your face. I'm gonna have to wait for it to. Do I? Hold on, let me optimize this first. I think this is the issue. Is I need to optimize it. Optimize PNG. Oh, how does this look like? If I use my computer, how does this look? That's not... What? That's just PNG, that's not a PNG. I mean, don't get me wrong, this looks fucking dope. Where's the animation? Oh, unless you can only read it as PNG. Hold on. See what happens if I remake it into... What if I it doesn't really... Hmm. Why is it so slow? What if I convert this to GIF now? If I save it this now... 3 minutes? Damn. I feel like I'm doing something wrong here. Oh, the GIF took away my ears. I'm guessing it couldn't read the transparency of my ears. That's fine. If that's what I have to sacrifice to have it as a PNG, that's fine by me. Right, so now if I were to optimize this, how does this look? Yeah, that's good. Right, now if I want to increase the speed, this should be quicker because it's a smaller file. Right, I need to wait for it to catch up because it's in slow motion. Wait, changing the speed increased in the file. You know what? I'm not gonna question it. Oh my god. Okay, maybe too quickly. Maybe 50? Give it a second to catch up. Because damn, that was quick! Quickest in the West. Still too quickly. Let's go 10%. God, I love this song also. I know how to do this on the drums. I know how to play the song on the drums. My only thing I can say in life. He tends to fucking what? This is 10? Okay, so 25? Yeah. I'll make it hot, better do it better. Oh no. Harder, better, faster, stronger. Better, I like how that looks. Right. Right, let's see if I can use this on this. If I remember, they did say you can use GIFs. Better, better. Let's see if this works. Oh. I feel you, if I get stronger. Oh, it's taking a while to load. If this works, I'm gonna be so. You have no clue how happy I'm gonna be. Make it do it faster, if I get stronger. Oh. Sorry, I mean, I know this is gonna be. I need to do it so there's an inactive, muted, and deafened because I've only did one animation. Right, Kipper. 3D. Right. Oh. Yeah, I want this as my active. Hold on. This is so confusing. What? Oh, set as active. There you go. Oh, this is gonna change. Oh, this. Okay, it's. Okay. Transform. Flip horizontally. Oh. Okay, so now I need to do another animation. Oh my god, this is amazing. Okay, let me make it bigger so you guys can see this in all its glory. Oh. I can make 3D animated PNG. Okay, I need to do a inactive one. If I can make an inactive one, holy shit, y'all are fucked. Oh me oh my. I mean, you can see how much fucking shit I put into this. Right. Sorry. I'm really excited that that works. Right. Do it faster, make us strong. Sorry, you're gonna see. Oh god. You're gonna see them continue to talk like this. Like I'm gonna constantly be doing this one animation. Because I need to now open up this one. Pick model. I've got to save this as talking. You have no clue how happy that this. FYI, this was a fucking test. I was like 62% sure that this was not gonna work. But I mean, I was reading it into food tech's like what file formats it accepts. I know it's like you can't see my fingers, but I don't care. I'll happily sacrifice that if I can have an animated 3D animated GIF. Holy shit. You have no clue what this means. Oh, meal mite. Right. File. Save as. This is. Shit. This needs to be in a new folder. Let's do. PNG. No. Reactive. There. Kip. So if I can change it later when I want it at a later date. Right, save as. Okay, now I need to save my new one as inactive. Holy shit, if I had an... Oh god, it's gone real fucking loud all of a sudden. Sorry. I just took my headset off for a second to scratch the back of my ear, and whoa, it got loud. Um, if I can make an inactive one by the end, like hopefully before I finish streaming, I'll be able to see how this will look. I can't wait. Right. So I need to now make myself an inactive one. Right. Pose mode. Just trying to think what I want to have for I want to move a little. I want to have my character move a little. Right. Yeah, I realized it had to be 94 frames. Right. Uh, right. Just like maybe if I have it like sway a little. To have me like. I have to get rid of the shift keys for my mouth movements, but if I just have it like this with moving this down, move this so that the head's like. Hold on, let me get into the right. You have no clue how happy that this worked. I am so like. I mean, there won't be any lip syncing, but just to have it so that it talks. If I have an inactive one, or every time I talk, it starts like the animation, or y'all are fucked. Right. Uh, as long as this stays the front. Right, so 20. I need 20 and then I've got 90, so no, maybe if I make it 30, 60 back in the middle, 90 back, yeah. Wait, no, hold on. It needs to be, no, it should, no, no, it needs to be 20. Right, I am on the right track. Right. Move. Oh, God. Can I turn off the compositor? I know that it's the compositor that's eating away at my... There we go. Okay, that neck is way too forwards. What is going on here? What is going on here? What about, can relax pose to break down. I just want pose to become back to fucking normal, right? What, what is going on with my neck? Oh, is it because I'm looking away? Hold on. If I change the spine to... Right. And then bring this arm down. Down and back. Oh god. Come on. There we go. Right, and then insert keyframe. So how does this look? And then I want this to go back to 40. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. What button did I press? There we go. Oh. Control V. And then I want 60. Actually, it'd be around 65. 2. So it goes back this way. This will be my inactive. Mm-hmm. Oh god, why does it look like I broke my bone here? Why does why does it look like that? Right. And then, so let's have a look. I'm gonna ignore the face because I know the face is gonna. Oh no. Okay. Okay, so I need to fix the arm. It's the arm that's fucking me up. Okay. Uh, no. Okay. I'm gonna have it so that it's not. I'll keep the ears. I just need to stop the mouth. Right. Need to get rid of all this. Oh, terrifying. Right, that's not what I intended. Right. So now let's see how this works. Mm -hmm. This is video, huh? Crazy. Yeah, yeah. Oh, it's jumping. I know why it's jumping. Hold on. So I was just wondering why my beauty tick's jumping, and I'm like, why are you doing this? Right. How do I fix it so it doesn't jump? Right. If it matches inactive. Crossfaded factors yet, so I don't know. Right. Why is it still fucking jumping? How do I fix this? Right. Uh, I kind of like it when it jumps, but it's not. Shit. Wrong button. How do I save this? No animation. Oh, it should stop bouncing. Uh, maybe it'll do it next time. Oh wait, maybe if I refresh it. Hold on, let me see what happens if I refresh. Oh, there you go. It still bounces. You know what? It's fine. It's you guys have to deal with it bouncing. Yeah, I need to fix the ears. I don't like how the ears. Angry. Right. And then same for the other ear. I got rid of the blinking. I need to bring back the blinking. I was wondering why it looked very weird. Right. I need to bring back the blinks. So I'll have a blink. Okay, so it's 95 frames. So one at 30 and one at 60. So this uh if I add keyframe, and then 60 as well, so I'm gonna have to add keyframe, keyframe. Actually, hold on. What if I want it to end here? This one. And then I know it looks like it's winking. I apologize, but I'm not. Why am I apologizing? It's my model. Fuck y'all. Uh, Perfect. Okay. Now I need to do the same for I blink right. And then in the middle. And then in the middle. Right, so let's have a look how it looks. I know it's in slow motion, it's because it's at 1 frame per second. Right. I don't know if I should have it so that my character looks to the side or something. Would that be... Hmm. What if I do... Around about... Where's the middle? The middle's like here, isn't it? What's half of 95? Right, this is the middle. Let's do... I... How does this look? Hmm. Let's do the same for my other eye. So I look in for I look in. Hold on, what's going on my eye here? That is eye right. Why is my eye right not showing? Oh, it's because I'm on the wrong eye. Hold on. Wait, why am I doing this? Hold on. Why am I doing the individual eyes? Hold on. I know what I know what I'm doing. I promise I'm a professional idiot. Right, hold on. I made my life so much more easier. Did I not do? Oh, fuck me. Right, I write. Oh, yeah, let me do it so like. Why? Oh, I know why. Hold on. Big on demons. There we go. So now if I go back to this is the most American song I've ever listened to. Did it even? Oh, I did. Just very hardly noticeable. Yeah. I'm liking this. I'm liking this. Oh god, I need to do that. Oh god. Right. How does this look? Do I need to change anything? I feel like the ears need to move a little. I don't want to do too much because I don't want it to be too distracting. Alright, let's see how this looks. Let's file save. Like I said, I can always change things in the future. I just really need to get this. Render animation. Oh god, I forgot this is gonna hurt. What? Hurt loose. Oh no. We can render the animation on stream. Ah. Right back. Right back. I'm so sorry. Look at me. I'm sorry, forgive me. I don't know if you guys can hear me, because I don't know why my brain for a moment there. Oh god. You know what? Just end. Right. I don't know why. I thought for a moment there. Oh. Oh no. It's still there. Sorry, my audio got fucked for a moment. That was scary. I sounded like I had a virus. Um, yeah, that virus is me. I I feel so bad. I won't lie. I I don't know why. Clearly, I must be really on something because why, knowing my computer struggles as is, that I thought the smartest thing to do, oh, my computer's struggling as in, let's render an entire fucking animation while I'm streaming. Am I retarded? I might be retarded. So yeah, I do apologize about that. I apologize for the buffering there. That was, and then if there's any lag as well, I don't know what was going through my head. I'm gonna be real with you. Right, let's get back to what I was doing with the fucking main menu, because I can do the main menu, alright. I just can't do fucking rendering until after stream. So okay, so you guys won't be able to see my new reactive picture until um until tomorrow. Right. Jesus Christ. That was terrifying. I won't lie. That was fucking horrifying. Right. Is it about love? My mini setup. There we go. Was that that, or I start working on my main picture as well? Hmm. I gotta give myself possibilities now. Oh, here we. Right. See, this doesn't look too. I mean, I prefer how it looks in this one. I mean, it's gonna change because it's gonna be pitch black because I'm gonna do lighting system and everything. But until then, let's give it some effective lighting. Right. Let's grab this. Make it smaller. Wee. Okay, maybe if I rotate it, because I'm gonna have to. Oh god, that is way too big. I mean, I won't lie, this looks actually kind of cool, you know? My day. Oh, I should add some text on it, because there's no text on it. Shit. You know what? It doesn't need text. I'm too lazy to add text. Right. How does this look? Actually, let me get. Oh god, now I look at it closer, it's not actually good as think it is. Right. It needs to be. So it needs to be lower. Turn it slightly. Rotate it backwards. I want to cover my picture though. I want to. Okay, I can change. Hold on, let me put it. There you go. I can move my fingers. I don't know why I'm trying to move the card, but I can move my fingers. Right. Let's. Don't make it look like I'm breaking my fingers though. If I do it, so it's like. No, but I want to cover the thing. I don't want to cover the gun though. But, you know, I've held many cards before. I don't know why I'm having such difficulty trying to hold a fucking card. Right. You know, it just looks like I broke my fucking finger. Right. Oh, let me. Wrong way. This way. It doesn't matter about the finger underneath. Maybe I need to move the card actually now that I look at it. Getting the positioning on this is not easy. Right. And then I fixed the bone. Because I'm fed up with this looking like it's fucking bent. Bent like my sanity. Right. I have a card. Hold on. Let me grab a magic card and try and work out how the fuck to do this. Right. Do I have any cards near me? Do I have my credit card near me? Okay, you know what? I'm fucking using this. Right. Oh, if I do it like a hook. If I have it so like. Hold on, no, because I have it so that. Fuck me, why is this? I can have it so it's. No, but I have it so that they're holding it like. I have it so they're holding it like this. Hold on. Okay, I see. Okay. Did I just fucking. I can't believe. I mean, to be fair, that's what a lot of artists do. So I need to turn my finger. That's not. Ah, this looks better. Hold on. If I do this. This is what I was doing wrong. I wasn't turning my finger. I need to keep turning it. Okay, maybe I tapped it a bit too much. So around here. And then on this. Do this. This just does look like my finger's fucking broken though. That's how I holded it, like, with my finger, but it looks like my finger's broke here. That does not look natural. Right, let's go the fuck back. What if I... I want to show this off slightly. It looks like... God damn. This is driving me insane, I promise you. Right, you know what I need, actually? Hold on. I know how to fix it. So, sorry, what was driving me also insane is how the reactive is just constantly moving, and I have an idea how to fix this. Right. Library. Right. Choose file. Just pinch. Jesus Christ. Holy shit. Sorry. I know it's a bit of a distraction, but I'm loading in just like a single image of my thing. And fuck me, it's this is just a normal PNG, like a PNG that I took of this of this animation. Boy oh boy is it a big fucker. Right. Right. Come on. What am I doing? I don't even know what I'm doing anymore. Going insane, that's what I'm doing. Right. Uh, Come on. Like it's getting there very slowly but surely. It's halfway. Jesus Christ. Do I just hold on? I'm just gonna take. It really is driving me insane. So I'm just gonna be like, boop. There you go. Until it's the thing loads up. It's just there's no avatar. Right. Okay. Let's get into this. Whew. Right. Now I got this. I should figure out where the boxes are going to be for the multiplayer and all that. Actually, no, I should keep it blank. No, I need to keep it blank. Because the boxes need to be widgets that I add into the, so there should be nothing in the corner. I just need to working on doing the background. Right, let's get this sorted. Right. Let's click on this. One thing I need to do. So Can I see this from a camera perspective? So I want these two edges. Faces. Oh, I don't like how that warps. Uh, I'm not the biggest fan of this. Right. OBS. Shit, that's still animated. Hold on. Hold on. Save as. Yeah. Right. So it should be in images then. Profiles, images. Images. Wow, it's still just as long. I like how I made it into a PNG. Still just as long, if not more. Uh, right. I don't like how this looks. I think maybe it might still be too wide. Okay, and then I need to redo the UV wrapping. Hold on. Smart UV projects. Nope. Check from view. Right. UV editing. Of course. Okay, layout. That looks better now, doesn't it? Right. Now I need to make bars. I'd like that. Yeah, there we go. How does this look when I zoom in? Boy, oh boy, it looks bad because I'm guessing it doesn't calculate the normals. Uh, uh, what is going on with the textures? Oh, that's what's going on with the textures. Right, there we go. Actually, if we go to EV editing, I need to make them a tad bit bigger. Oh, I need to fix that. What is going on there? I think it might be the normal mapping. Hold on, let me have to redo the mapping of this, right? Uh, smart. Sorry, what now? I see what happened there. Why is everything selected? That is a good question. Oh no. Okay. Don't know why that happened. If for some reason my thing got cursed for a moment. Anyways. Right. Right, so I need to fix this. So I need to unwrap. No, that's still fucked. Right, why is it fucked? Right. Does it not see... Because I extruded, so it's only... I think I know why. Hold on. Need to extrude these rather than this. That's my issue. Right, what? Fascinating. Oh, it's a plane. I still don't see my issues. So if I extrude... Right, okay, I see how I can fix this though. What? I don't know how that worked. Yeah, sure. Don't question it. Right. Right. Now, if I smart unwrap this. Yeah, look at that. Oh. Fine, 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 fine. And then go to UV editing. Why is it like this? Is it this way? There we go. Right. It's still fucked though. Why is the normal map fucked? Why are you like this? Everybody like this. Nope, that's not. Hold on. What I care about is this. So what if I unwrap from project view? Now if I go to edit mode. I know there's a smart way. I know how to do this the easy way. I don't want to redo it though. I'm too lazy. Let a girl be lazy once in a while. Right. Uh, I'm gonna murder. Murder. Can I just save? Sorry, I'm gonna show you what I'm doing. What am I doing? You may be asking why I just asked that for that. I realized I can go into my animations. Where do I put my animations? Animation for reactive speaking and just go for the first one. Right. Oh no. I think I broke the Fuji tech. Did I just break Fuji tech? Oh no. Oh, let me get out of. I think I broke Fuji tech. Now, if I join. Oh my god, this works. I can't believe this actually works. I don't like the crossfade though. I'm gonna have to get rid of the crossfade. Uh, if I leave. Right. Why has it still got the crossfade? Okay. No, it's still got the crossfade. I don't want the crossfade. Get rid of the crossfade. Right, hold on, let me. Uh, right. Now, if I refresh, and then how does this look? Ah, fuck! There's still a crossfade effect. Okay, it's a worse in progress, but it's better than what it was. That's oh my god! I love. If it wasn't for the crossfade effect, I would be in love because it would looks like I'm just getting into the movement. Oh my god. I love Fuji Tech. Sorry, I just seeing how this looks, I'm like, oh my goodness, this is so fucking cool. Ooh. Yeah, if I could have it so it just snaps into place, that would look actually really cool. But so yes, so I can use this now whenever I'm doing Blender, I'll have to use this. So it's still my model, so I don't have to worry too much because it's still my model. But at least it's something rather than being a little cartoon. I mean, don't get me wrong, I love the little axolotl, but this is more in themed of what I am. Sorry, I can't believe that works. I won't lie. I did a lot of research and I like of course I mean also I did this animation for like my model, but to have it actually work like this is really really useful for me. I just can't wait for it to render out my inactive animation. And I'll also be doing the mute and deaf and because right now I don't have one, but just to have these two alone to use when I can't use Waldo. So I can use Waldo when I'm using Unreal Engine. I just can't use Waldo when I'm doing Blender because Blender uses up too much GPU for, to render out. Whereas, yeah. Sorry, I think I'm just addicted to staring at my new. I'm allowed to hold on. To be fair though, I'm allowed to appreciate. I spent fucking ages doing this. Animate. I mean, animating is like animation's never easy. Anyone that says, "Oh yeah, a quick little animation is real easy," is a fucking liar because there's always discrepancy. I mean, it's to do with like how the creator sees it because the creator. Mm, also realize it jumps as well, which I don't like. I don't want it to jump. I don't know how to fix it. How do I fix? Yeah, I get rid of the dumping. Me want no jumping. Right. Yeah, never done. No animation. Crossfade. Yeah, I don't know why it's showing the crossfade effect. I might have to. How if I refresh this page? Yeah. And then if I have a look at my OBS, it's still not like the bounce. Do a quick reload. Oh, it still bounces. I don't like the bounce. It's a small little bounce. I know it's very hardly noticeable, but it's noticeable for me. Right. No, you also got the crossfade effect, I don't like either. I just want it straight to the image. I mean, it doesn't look too bad. I just don't like it. But then again, I can't say shit because I'm slightly a. I don't like how this looks. I have to. Right, apologies. I feel like I can't get rid of. Um. It's I think it's the normal map. Now I look at it. I mean, at least it's UV editing. What is this not? There we go. Hmm. Don't like how this looks. What if I recalculate the normals to... Oh, no, okay, still doesn't like it. Wait, hold on. What if I... One idea. What if? Oh, nah, it doesn't like it. What if I... I'm making this much worse than it needs to be. Oh, shit. Right. Oh, I just made it worse. Mm. So it's always the normals. It's always the normals that get fucked. The normal mapping always does this to me. Wait. Wait. Did I just get a fucking brilliant idea? Right. did these not? That just tells me already my normals are fucked if that didn't do all of it. Right. If I extrude along the normals, why? Whoa. Why? Oh, I think I found something out here. Might have to recalculate the normals. Because right now it's going fucking insane. Okay, let me recalculate the normals now. Right, perfect. And then get rid of this. Right. Mesh, recalculate normals. And then if I extrude along the normals, huh? It's, oh, I can already see it's still fucked. Wait, is it fucked? Yeah, it's still fucked. Just doesn't like. Even if I flip the normals here now. Yeah, it's still fucked. Fuck. Uh, yeah, it's 'cause it's a 2D. I'm starting to see the issue. No, this wouldn't be an issue if I would have done just a 3D fucking. I could just do it. I could just redo it all in the 3D. You know what? Fuck it. Just so because I hate when this happens. Just to fix myself here. Right, I'm gonna replace all this with a 3D fucking object. I'm getting fed up of this. Right. You. Right. 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 Okay, and then UV editing. Right. Now that I've done that wall, I won't do Alt D because that wall's gonna be different to the other walls. So do Shift D. What are you doing? Apparently going insane. Right. Item transform 90. Oh, the wrong way. 90. Right. And then Alt D. Alt D? Alt D. Oh, Alt D. I was pressing Shift D and I was like, why is Alt D not working? Right, okay. What's this called? Just stone node. Right, so Shift D, 90. uh 90. There we go. Right, how does this look? That's it. Why was that so zoomed in? Right. Right. Sides. And then EV mapping down to like 3. And I fucked that up. Right. So cool. I went to round about 3. That's decent to me. Well, as decent as it can be. Right. Oof. Okay. So, Alt D. Right, now if I get rid of these planes, because planes are a nuisance to society. What's this? Right. Now, I go into the object mode, edit, Control R. There we go. Oh, I did not mean to do that. Right. Perfect. And I fucked that up already. Great. Control R. Right. Now I can grab these days I won't just zoom in like crazy. Alright. This is it's right. Perfect. Right. Oh god. Oh, why did that happen? Hold on. Fascinating. When I feel this, why does that happen? Okay, if I feel the one below it, does the same thing happen? Oh, it does. Doesn't affect that. Okay, it doesn't affect. God. Oh, Jesus. Oh, no! I just realized without my, shit. You know what? I'm just gonna, I can't dance. Hold on, I just realized. Hold on, I can't dance because the reason why I'm currently using my PNG GI, I love you for that. Thank you so much for the fucking, the sub, oh my god, thank you so much. But the reason why I'm in my PNG is because my computer cannot handle me doing my 3D model as well as, so I've literally just created this, so the animation, funny enough, you see in the bottom of the corner, is actually what I created today. For as you know, as a backup. Right, where is it? Idea file. Here we go. Because normally we'll just play a little bit of it. There you go. Oh god, that is loud. There we go. Yeah, we're just gonna play a little bit of this because this is usually what goes off. Oh, why is? Oh, there you go. Shit, I need to do this from the start. Hold on. There you go. There you go. This is what, as you all know, this is what usually goes off. Doing it for this. always for the nudes. You always gotta do it for the nudes. Saying that though, I can't say that though because the model you see in the bottom left corner, the 3D model. Actually, too far. What am I doing? I can show you on here. I can't say shit. You know, I need to change my tags because oh my. Let me just do it. You want to talk about, you want nudes? Hold on, I don't want to get myself banned from Twitch, so I'm just gonna. Yeah. But let me tell you, when I was texturing this model, okay, I went a little bit too much on the. To be fair, I am one for realism. Okay, that's my excuse, and not just because I got bored. Right, I'm just gonna. No, I'm not gonna go any further. If I go any further, I'm gonna be banned. I'm just gonna. There you go. Flash. Anyways, I wouldn't look. I go for realism in all the models I do. I'm used to like not just like, so actually to be fair, the very first 3D model I did of a person, like of a human being. To be fair, this was in college and we was doing anatomy stuff. I mean, you do it in art. You do it in art because that's what we did. I did in art as well. You study the anatomy of a human. But when it came to texturing, we we weren't taught this, but my teacher implied we should learn how to do it, but we weren't taught it. We wasn't allowed to be taught in college how to texture everything. But there is underneath the corset, there is, and I go for realism. Respectfully, I go for realism. Totally, it's totally for the realism. Not just because, totally not just because. Anyways, no, I mean, to be fair, I it's my model. I can do what I like. But no, I decided to be fair, I wasn't originally planning on adding those details on my model. I got bored. That's it. That's it. I just got bored. Oh, the song's ended now, so I can put this back on. Yeah, no, I just got bored. I was doing, here's the thing. I was doing, let me zoom in. So as you can see on my, like, let me just, near, there we go. Right. As you can see, oh god. As you can see, there's like all the skin details on this model. Did I go insane on the texturing? Maybe. I mean, you can barely even fucking see it, I'm gonna be real. But when it comes to all like the little details, I was like, you know what? This it took me a while to do all these details, and I realized I was getting quite bored. I was like, you know, I'm getting a little bit unmotivated. What will motivate me into you know, continuing to do this the textures? And I was at this point in time, I was working on the neck area, like over here, where you can see like the what's it called? What's the bone in which it's on the neck? Anyways, and then I just like I was looking at my model like this, and to be fair, it was without the corset. I was hold on. Oh wait, hold on. Let me do this and then turn off the corset. I was looking at my model like this, and I was like, I needed to add more details. Like I needed to like, no one's gonna see what's underneath because of course you've got like the corset which covers up. But I was just staring at this and I was like, nobody's gonna see it. Like no one's gonna. If I just ever know. But then I tell everyone because I'm like, I get bored. I'm like, fuck it. It's like I'm not ashamed. I'm not ashamed. I'm fucking. I've done a lot more worse details. I have done a lot more worse details. Let me tell you this. I have made models a lot more in depth than that. It's just the texture. It's nothing extra. There is no extra. I mean, you can see it actually if you look at the You can see it when I go back into the 3D mode. You can see in this there is nothing. There is literally just that. It's nothing. You can't see anything. It's no. I didn't do any other details. It's literally. It's basically Barbie, but I added a bit of extra spice to the textures just because of boredom. Yeah, it's just the shape. It's not. I didn't do. I could have. I could have sculpted a little bit of extra, but I didn't because I was like. I mean, I could. No, I've got enough. Honestly, no one's gonna see it, so I'm not gonna even bother. I mean, it's like, for example, it's actually a great example. Nope, I forgot to turn. Nope, hold on. A great example. Sorry about that. A great example actually is this. If you notice the planes on, I'm so sorry. Fuck. To be fair, I won't get banned for that. I won't get banned for that because it's not the. I didn't save them. Anyways, no one will know. I'm gonna have to delete this VOD. Anyways, yes, no. So here, like here, if you notice, I didn't. I could have continued to do the shoulders and everything. I see. Me doing. I realize now. Me doing the textures is just me trying to get myself banned. Anyways, because no one's gonna be able to see underneath the corset here. I didn't bother with like if I put the corset on, you can't see certain parts, and I thought, I'm not gonna do with the newest roles. Twitch should be fine. Yeah, I should be fine as long as I don't dwell on it. Um, but yeah, no, as you can see here, I was like, I'm not gonna since I mean, it's also I've got this massive coat on as well. No one's gonna see inside, so I'm not gonna worry about like adding extra like sorting out this model because I could fix that up so it's not all broken up like this. Um, but I thought, no one's gonna notice, and I'm trying to keep my polygons low as well because it's a mess. Um, but yeah, if they don't see it, no one needs to know. Like, I can just delete certain parts of the model. For example, technically, if I take off my gloves, this is gonna be real funny. Where's my gloves? Oh my god, I have no hands. It's a lie. It's all a lie. I have no hands. Yeah, like it's completely empty inside. It's literally just I'm literally just sentient clothing. Um, I mean, I could if I really wanted to. If I ever plan on making like a cool animation where I take off gloves, I will just need to add a hand over it. But who like I'm trying to keep my polygons low, okay? No one needs to know. I mean, to be fair, I say that, but underneath this coat, if I take to be fair, I am planning on having it so my character takes off this coat on occasion. But if I take off the coat, it is oh that is squished. That's what I'm gonna call it. That's a squished arm. Oof. Yeah. Well, that's a future me problem. Anyways, I do have like a little whatchamacallit, a little coat underneath, a little thing. But when I have my coat on, it's hard to see. But yes, ooh, that is a squish. I mean, you don't see it because I rigged my coat on correctly. But underneath, I might have to sort out my corset. Oof. But yes, I need to get back to what I was doing, which is so this. Yeah, I love how I didn't even explain what I'm doing here. This is gonna be a making the main menu for my game. So I'm making a card game, which is why I am holding a card here. Which is what I made, by the way. I made this card. It fucking took me a whole week to make, but right. I'm making a card game, and this is I need to make a menu. Like I realize with my main menu, it's literally just boxes. It's just four boxes, white boxes, and I want it to look pretty. The game still is in work of progress, but at least I want it to look pretty. Okay. So I am currently doing the main menu picture, which is gonna take me a while to do because I am being an idiot with the normals. Yeah, I mean I could show a little. Hold on, it's gonna take a second to load anyways. Come on. While it's loaded in the background, I'll be doing this, but I'll show you what I've got so far. I would like to point out I am on day. This is still day 0, isn't it? Am I on day 1 or day 0? I can't remember what I put. Hold your horses. I think I'm on day 0. Yeah, while this is loading up, I'm gonna continue making the main menu picture. But yeah, no, I'm planning on actually having it so that so the card layout here. Oh god, I should explain the card. Hold on. Right. I need a better lighting. Hold on. Let me get better lighting. Da, da, da. Can you see it better than this one? There we go. That's a more better one. Right. As you can see, you get all these different factions, and you got the moon in the middle. So this card is like, because the moon is my faction, but I'm having it so that in the game, When you go to customize your card, you can change to what faction you want to be in part of. So if you want to be part of like the hell, you can. If you want to be part of the ocean, you can. If you want to be part of the nature, part of the city, part of the celestials, or the darkness, you can just change it out here. So I've got it on my, I've got a whole layout system where you can change out the thing. And I'm also gonna have it so you can write in your own text, which is why this is blank. Um, and then this will be so there'll be a number that glows above this, which is the amount of souls required to think of. Anyways, um, but yes, so the picture you see here, I'm gonna have it so that people can replace it with their own art for their own characters, like when they customize them. Which is going to be a pain in the ass to make, but if I know how much people like to, I mean, I love customizing, so I know if I do this like cool customizing thing, people can customize their, people will enjoy customizing their own card. I mean, how cool it would be to customize your own card. And of course you got the health and you got the attack and health, which will have like numbers above them. It's just that the reason why it has to remain blank is if I want to change any of the aspects in the game, like for example, changing how the life as it goes down, it can't be written on top of the image. Yeah, I've been thinking about making a game like I've been wanting. Here's the thing: I've been wanting a game, um, like Inscription, because I enjoyed Inscription a lot. Oh, come on, hold on. Yeah. I really enjoyed Inscription a lot when I played it, and I've been looking for another Inscription type game, and I've just not been able to find it. Because I'm gonna have two modes. I'm planning on having a multiplayer mode, but multiplayer mode won't become until like later. For now, I'm gonna focus on the story campaign, and funny enough, people will be fighting against my this character, and they have to defeat this character in a card game. Well, they had to defeat my VTuber in a card game. That's what my plan is. Which is why I've made my little card here. My adorable little card. God, this took way too long to make. Uh this whole, I mean, the card itself, funny enough, the 3D model of the card took less than 30 seconds. But the textures on the card took, whew, the back alone took a week, and then the front alone took a week as well. They're both a week. So technically this card took about 2 weeks to make, but I say a week because it's the average of both sides. Right. Is my game, how long is it gonna take my game to load? A while. As it's because I have a couple of models in my game already, which is why it's slowly taking longer. But I'm keeping it as low poly as I possibly can, so it's easier for. But yeah, I did put a lot of thought into this. Right. But to be fair, it doesn't take me. Hold on, what is this? I put a lot of thought into it. I have a lot of thoughts daily as is. Um, it doesn't. I can easily come up with ideas as quickly as someone can come up with. What's something easy to come up with? Excuses? Is it excuses? Hmm. Anyways, right. What was I doing? Right, so that was what I was doing. I was trying to remember what I was doing last. And I was like, ah, yes, I was sorting out the window because I changed my walls into 3D. But yeah, now I've got nothing better to do, so I said to myself, you know what? Since I've got nothing better to do, I might as well make a game. I mean, okay. The real reason why I'm making a game is I have a little bit of lore for my character, but I'm struggling to come up with ideas for like abilities and attacks and everything. And I'm using the excuse of the game to uh, Hold on, let me fix what is going on here. Hold on. Right, let me, if I just make a face, I don't really care about. Shit. And then I grab the outside. How long does this go to? Oh god. Okay, it's halfway there. It'll take a second. But yeah, it is bare bones at the moment because currently I haven't. I'm trying to work at one. What is going on here? Why is it not fascinating? Right. What was I saying? Distract myself so easily. Right. Noted. Don't do that one. Inflammatory stretch. Okay, that's not too bad. If I do keep, and then if I go to shading, not shading, sorry, UV editing. If I stretch this out, and then have a look see going on here. Oh, you just hate being, you just hate existing, don't you? Is that so like this? I just want to do a fucking window. Hmm. Got a better idea. Fuck this. I'm getting fed up with this. When in doubt, go to an old same. Right. Let me grab a cube. I'm just gonna fucking use a Boolean modifier to fix my issues here because I'm fed up with them. Right. O. Where's O? Where's O? There is no O. There is. Okay. Right. Okay. Let's grab my cube. Gonna need a cube. Perfect. Okay. Where's this window gonna be? Just need to make sure that it's. Yeah. Perfect. Okay. So this. Hold on. I need to. So the window needs to be like. I don't want the window to be too wide. Oh, did it load up? Oh, it's still loading. Okay. Right. That looks about right, right? Yeah. That's where the window will be. Good. Right. And then I'm gonna use this to boolean the fuck out of this. Uh, right, where is, okay. Boolean. Unless do I do union and then delete the cube? And then what happens if no, see it doesn't that didn't do what I wanted. Hold on, let me make a Boolean modifier new then. Since you want to be a fucking problem to society. Right, difference. Now if I do apply and then delete. Right! All this for a fucking window. Right, you better not fucked up the normals are still fucked no matter how I do it. Look, normal's fucked. Let me see what happens if I flip the normals. Yep, still fucked. Do you just fucking hate me? Why are you being a bitch? Okay, what's another way? I could do multiple, here's the thing, if I do multiple walls, I'm gonna start crying. Uh, what am I gonna do with you? What am I gonna do with you? What am I gonna do with you? Uh, I mean, I could delete it. I could delete that and then just add. Do I do that though? Is the question. That is the question. Do I? How do I fix this? And also, god damn it, why is this loading up? I didn't ask you for this to load up. Right. Uh, why do you hate me? We were friends. I could cut the wall. Do one here. No, it's just, there must be a simpler way of doing this. There has to be. I've done this before. How have I done this before? I've made a castle before. With windows. How did I do that? How did I do that? How do I do that? I mean, I could just get rid of the normal map. This could solve all my problems, just ridding myself of the normal map. Fuck it. You know what? Fuck it. I'm done. I'm fed up. Right. Normal map, you're being deleted on this wall. Right. Shading. Right. Where's the normal map? Get fucked. Does this solve all my problems? God damn it, it did not. So it's not the displacement. The mapping then? No, it's not the mapping. I think it is just the normal, isn't it? No, it isn't. Hold on. What is doing this? Can't be the roughness map, is it? What is doing this? Oh, it was the displacement. Right? Right, it was the displacement. Fuck me, Jesus. Right. It's gonna start crying if this didn't fix itself. Right. Now I can fix the UV maps. Right. Edit. Right, and then unwrap. Fixed. Let me do pro. Wait, let me do this project by view. Okay. I mean, that's good enough. Hold on. Hold on. Unwrap, projectile view. This isn't the quickest fix, I just can't be arsed. There we go. Hold on, actually. So I need to be closer. Okay. There we go. See, the quickest way to solve anything, just go crazy. Right. There we go, there's my game. I don't care if it's over budget. Right, that's it. Oh yeah, because I did a parkour last time, I forgot about that. You know what, let's press play, fuck it. Oh, is it because I added the, oh no. Play? Oh no. Right. It's running like poopy poop because I am streaming right now, so it's it doesn't normally run like this, it runs a lot more smoother. God damn it. But this is it. Yep, my game. Wow, bam, boom. Beautiful, I know. Absolutely beautiful. All I did was import a card. Ah! Oh god. I can do this. I can do parkour, I swear. Yeah. Yeah. Damn it. I've done this before, I swear. This is my game so far. Yep, beautiful. I know. Absolutely bare bones, nothing but these cards. Yep, my game. Wow, amazing. It's the reason why I'm making a main menu at the moment. Hold on, let me get out of this. Right. Yeah, this is me making an interface. Look, I got that. Even though I got the game, it's not pretty right now. But I promise you, the card mechanics I am doing right now is what I've been working on. I know it doesn't look pretty, but I've been doing a lot of work on the card mechanics because it's. Hold on, can I? Let me get the hub up. Right. I'm gonna have it so that this is gonna be the hub in which there's gonna be a card opposite here. Yeah, ignore that. That's a placeholder. If you see this text, ignore it. It's a placeholder. I'm gonna have it so that when the card when cards are in this hub, this card, um, yeah, you got. This is still a work in progress. I literally learned how to import. Funny enough, I spent fucking 3 hours learning how to get customized fonts into this game, into this. It's sad. Anyway, yeah, no, I'm gonna have it so that it reads the attack and the defense, and the card opposite it compares it. It's like top trumps. If it's equal, they both die. If it's if whatever's the bigger number, for the health, it lives but die. Like it's gonna there's gonna be maths. And then of course certain cards are gonna have abilities on them so that it helps them in the battles. Yes, so this is the hub area. I know it looks wow amazing. I know, right? Um, I'm sorry, I'm getting it. Anyways, one drop right. And then it's like this is going to be where all the card information is stored, card interface. Because this is where I think this is where. Yeah, this is where you do the text and everything. This is where I can change how the text looks and everything. I spent a lot of time working on this. I still need to add 2 more boxes here, either side of the name, for health and damage, and then I need to add a box up here for the cost of the card. But it's a work in progress. It's a work in progress. Okay. I need to add like effects onto these as well. Like add it so it's got like shade and everything. But until then, this is all I got. Okay. This is it. Right. And until then, I have cards. This is funny enough. This is the only 3D model I've imported into my game. Is this card. That's it. I am currently in the progress of making more things for this game. It's just that the longest thing that's taken me forever is texturing. Is because I'm not great when it comes to textures. I mean, I could do a decent job. Don't get me wrong. I can do a decent job. But when it comes to UV unwrapping and doing textures and in the style that I want anyways, it's taken me some time to do it better. But I mean, I'm in no rush with this game. This game is a side project. My main project is to sort out my channel out and everything. But this is just a side project I'm doing, which is fun. But yeah, I gotta admit, this is real fun. I gotta admit, I didn't think I would have so much fun making games. Like doing all the maths and learning the functions and everything, because I prefer making, I won't lie, I prefer making the models to making games. Because with games there's a lot of like debugging and everything to do, but where with models it's all about creative liberties and all that. So doing this is actually quite fun, I won't lie. But for now, I was thinking about importing my model into here. Here. Right. I was thinking about importing my model into here because just to have like, because right now the basic character is this, which isn't too bad. This character looks cool, but it's I want to add a little bit of spice to I want to while I'm making the game, I want to play as myself against myself. Create a paradox system. Well, a paradoxical system. Right. Anyways, I'm gonna come out of this because my computer's slowly killing me now because I've got too much things open. That's my game. Anyways. Da -da -da. Just need to make the main menu area first. I realized I was making as I was making the card interface. Maybe I should add a main menu first. Right. Oh, what's going on here? Why is it freezing? Don't freeze up on me! Oh, am I still alive? I think I'm alive. That was scary. Oh my god. Hi! Lee shit. Wow, holy moly. That's probably... I was wondering why my computer was like having a hissy fit. And I was like, huh. That's a big raid. Welcome in. Is my thing open? Oh my god. Do I have my... Oh god. I do. It should be going... Oh. Oh no.
Boom just raided with 29 new viewers. Welcome.
You don't say. Am I still alive? Okay. Welcome in, Boom. Thank you so much for the raid. I apologize, my computer's breaking as is. It's the reason why I usually have a 3D model that has all the cool tracking, but I'm using a PNG, an animated PNG that I just made today. Funny enough, So yeah, welcome in, Raiders. I am Kipper. I am a 3D artist. Here's the thing: when I say 3D artist, that's all covers animating and modeling and everything, right? Yeah, I'm gonna go with that. But yes, welcome in. I'm currently some explanation of what I'm doing because there is literal no explanation of what I'm doing right now. Oh, using some Unreal Engine. Nice. I'm currently just beginning to understand Unreal Engine. I was just showing off the very little stuff. Yeah, I was just showing the very little because here's the thing. I am a 3D I'm a 3D artist. I've been modeling and making models for games for oh god, how long have I been doing this? I'm gonna say for at least a decade. I have 2 degrees in game design, so I'm like this is why I'm very good at when it comes to thingy but yes, I decided, you know what? Rather than making what you would call it, rather than making models and everything, and rigs and everything for games, I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna make my own for once. Ah, you do your own. Oh, you modeled the dragon from Yu-Gi-Oh! Nice. Oh, God. But funny you mentioned Yu-Gi-Oh! Because, funny enough, that's what I'm planning on doing. I'm planning on making a card game. Which is why I'm currently doing this is gonna be the main menu. I'm currently modeling out what my menu is gonna look like. Because I want to have like a how do you explain it? I just want like a small like little main menu for now because currently for my game because of our bare bones I'm on like the very starting of this of my journey. I just want a cool looking main menu. So I'm currently in the progress of, you know, positioning and modeling and doing my main menus. And I thought, you know what? I need to showcase what this game's going to be about. What better yet to have one of the cards. But as you can see, this amazing looking card, which took me, God, too long to make, is of course is in the game. Well, it's currently in the game, but I haven't finished doing. I'm still sorting out the interface for the card system because Card Hub is its own mess. Which there are rare. I'm surprised at how many rare, like how there's very few tutorials for Unreal. And when I decided to make, I did the worst thing and decided to make a card game in Unreal because there are no tutorials on like. I've got a decent card system going currently that I made, but there is no. When I come to certain issues, I realize, oh, there is no help. I've got to figure it out for myself. Heck yeah, make the cool stuff. Yeah, I'm gonna be. I am planning on going like once I've sorted out my card interface because my card interface currently is a mess. Once I figured out a decent card interface system, I'm gonna make sure it's access to I'm gonna make sure everyone can access it because there is no card system. Like no one like, and I'm like, what? There is no cards. I mean, there is okay. There is one card system, but it's like I think like 50 quid, and I'm like, wow, that's great. That's great encouragement for like not everyone's like got access to money. I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna make my own. Make it a public. I mean, I've always liked everything being free, just so that people can create what they need to create. But yes, currently I am. Anyways, I'm getting so distracted by the race. Sorry about that. I need to continue. Funny enough, I've just fixed the normal because what I was just working on was my window decided to play up on the textures and the normals were all messed up, so I just fixed the normals on the window as you arrived, funny enough. Which reminds me, I need to do the bars because oh god, I need to go back to this menu. Right. Da, 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 da. Keep this over here. Grab this and time. See, here's the great thing about making bars. I don't actually technically need to do anything because we got cylinders already prepared for us. And all I have to do is just make them metallic. Bam boom. I mean, I could just grab some online free textures, actually. Make it just a tad bit more prettier. Right, let's a bit. That looks barish. It's still a bit thick, isn't it? That's a bit of a thick bar. Let's grab. There we go. Grabbing this. There. Bar. One bar done. Alright. Move this over here. Oh, wait, what am I doing? Don't shifty that. Oh, I was about to make myself very upset for a moment there. Alt D. So if not, when I go to render this is gonna be a nightmare to render. Right. Wasn't wow, that's not what I did. Alt D. Not too worried about the symmetry on this because this is literally just. I mean, to be fair, they're in a prison cell. They don't care about symmetry. They just care about keeping the prisoners in. Maybe there's a bit there. Right. And then I need to. Let's just get some metal. Do I go for like a rustic look? Oh, that's not what I typed. You know what I love doing? Typing and it breaks on me. Right, yeah, my computer's really having a hissy fit today. I don't know why. Is it because I'm probably doing too much? Probably. I don't want it polished. Let's just have a look at how this looks. Shades smooth. How does this look? That's not too bad. It's fine. Right. Am I gonna name this? Probably in the future. One, 'cause I do organize, but I usually organize at the end, which is not always the great thing to do. Right now, I just need to get my thing in the place. Right. Ah, that's another thing. I need to. It's time to do a lighting system. Right. I love how spooky this looks. Wait, where's my. Wait a dang minute. Hold on. Is my potions not glowing? Or are they being blocked? Hold your horses. Now I'm curious now. Uh-oh. I'm rendering too much. My yep. Knew it. Okay, anyways, it's bad. Right. There you go. Oh no, they do glow, they do glow. It's just you can't see it underneath my noted. I was worried for a second you couldn't see my potions. I was like, but then I looked and I was like, oh, you can see my potions. Right. And then go back to this mode. Right. So the first thing, I want to make it. Do I go? Do I make it a day system? Hmm. I could do it so it's like a sunrise. That is an option. Uh, hmm. I could do it so it's like sunrise sort of color, shouldn't I? Hmm. Hmm. Got an idea. I'm getting a couple of ideas. I'm thinking about doing a sunrise, but I don't know if I should do a sunset. Right, let's grab a lighting system. Uh, Actually, if I do, rather than doing, I want it black. I want it, hold on, let me have the world. Shit, hold on. The sun. And then, why is it, hold your horses, why my model's being affected but not, why is, why is my model being affected but not the environments is a good question. I mean, even so, I need to delete the sun because it don't need the sun. I need area. Pointing this way. Uh, There we go. Amazing. Perfect. Perfect. Okay. I feel like I'm doing something wrong, but I don't know what. There we go. That's what I was after. Volume of uh, intent. Sorry, when I listen to songs like this, I'm like, I try my best to not dance, but at the same time, I can't help myself but dance. Right. Uh, right. And then now if I go back to my lighting system. No. I don't like how you can see it coming seeping through the walls. I'll sort that out in another date. God, I'm starting to feel like I'm in a nightclub. Hold on. I can turn this into a nightclub. Watch this. Woo! Disco party time! Disco party! Woo! If you want to know what like what us modelers do when we're bored to shit or like we want to distract ourselves, this is what we do. We do disco parties. We do disco raves. Woo! Right, I'm getting so distracted. I'm trying to concentrate and then I distract myself with this. Tuss, tuss, tuss me. Right. Uh, yeah, I do love myself a disco. Anytime I can, I will try to do a disco rave. Right. I don't like how that seeps through the wall. Why not fix that? I could fix that. I will fix that. I will fix that in a later date. There we go. Grabbing this. A little bit of... maybe if I get rid of the saturation hue. Right. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna dupe and flip. A bit bright for my taste. Right. Let's turn down the power on this. Hmm. Uh, right, and then control copy. I want to do the same for you. Said you, you, you. Right. And then if I can increase the what's going on with see that's in a good plot. So maybe I just need it to right, so then if I hmm, that the background's too powerful when I do that. Hmm. Do you like how this looks though? It's getting there. I'm trying to work on my lighting. It's still definitely needs to be improved. Hmm. I mean, the great thing is the whole point of it is you can see the card, which is what I'm after. Then it's gonna have start menu and everything. Hmm. Right. Okay. Hmm. I do. Here's the thing. I'm loving this already. Even though this is just going to be a picture for the main menu, well, a scene for the main menu. The reason why I'm loving this is it looks so pretty. I'm actually quite shocked at how pretty it looks. Right. Okay. Right. This is why I've always enjoyed. I mean, if you look at a different angle, it does not look pretty. This is why I've always enjoyed making 3D models. Is just I just get so enamored by the beauty of it all. Right. Just do a picture of the sky. Do I do this? I could do this. I'm just giving myself a really good idea. Hold on. Shift D. No, I want Alt D, because it's still gonna be the same wall. Right. Where's 90? 0. So when I look back at this, yeah, I'm liking how that looks. Hold your horses. I have vision. Right. I you have this one, but what if I 50 yeah, Shift-D. I only do Alt-D if it's gonna be the exact same, but this is not. This is gonna be this is too bright. Let's turn this down. So if people look closely enough, they realized that the cell walls. I've got an idea. I'm getting too many ideas. I need to stop the ideas. Right. Okay. Next thing I need to do is add. Do I add like a little bed? That would be adorable to see in like a little bit. I know the one thing I definitely need to do is I need to add cards. If I just dupe this actually now that I think about it. Where's my oh god. This is what I love about this, is when you have a small little scene like this, it's so easy to get lost. Right. Grab this. 50. Wink. Right, because they're not gonna be able to really see. If I move this all the way to the back, they're not really gonna see. Oh my goodness. I say all the way to the right back and then it zooms. Right. I have it so it's facing. Which way is this way? Shit. Hold on. Right, good. That's no. See, when I'm in this mode, it's hard to tell the cards back to front, so I'm just like, I gotta just guess. Right. Mm. Zero, 180. There. It's still. Right. Is anyone gonna really see these details? No. Am I still gonna add them? Yes. Right. Might just do. Wait, no, I wanna do. Let's do Alt D for these, just because I want to make it just a small little pile. What am I doing? No, that's why I question my sanity. Like, why not just use a fucking array modifier? See, I'm about to do this because I'm thinking so literally. I'm just like, oh, what am I doing? I can just add an array modifier. Right. Oh, no. I want it to be. I. Is it see them? Yeah. Why is it? Okay, do I have to do it -1? There we go. There we go. Then I can just fucking. Look at that. Whoa. A whole. Look at that deck go. Right. Okay. I do want to. I might. Do I? I could. I like how I can just tilt. I love tilting. Oh, thank you, Mutsun, for the follow. Mutsusuna. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm butchering your name. Here's the thing. Every time someone follows, I get so scared. Not because they're following. No, because I'm scared if I can pronounce their name. Mutsarana. Mutsarana. Or it could be Mutsana. See, this is why I hate names. Why can't our names just be constant vowels or something? Just like someone's called someone's called ah. Just pick a random syllable in their name. Yeah, yeah. Every time someone's like, just from now on, Matsana, you're now I think we put Sasa. It's just that Sa at the end's messing me up. To be fair, anytime. Object opposite. Right. Sorry, I'm getting distracted by my own things. Right. Yeah, I'll keep it as a fixed count. Right. I mean, because to be fair, if I want a couple, poking out, I can just grab this and just have like. There is a better way of me doing this. Oh, no, I'm too lazy to do this. I'm too lazy. No one's gonna notice. Right, also, I realized this might be a bit too high. I'm just gonna go like... Yeah. As long as I have just like cards scattered around the place. Love me some scatter. Right. I probably should change the rotation. If I don't change the rotation, it gets a little bit noticeable that it's not randomized. Right. There we go. How's that starting to look? Oh, I'm starting to love this already. Oh, so beautiful. Oh, it's just beautiful. I love it. God, I've spent so much time on this. Oh, I can do this. I can do this. Right. Oh, love a bit of lag. Right, so if I go back to this mode now, how does it look? It doesn't look too bad. Right, what can I do to improve? I think it might be... Yeah. Actually, I don't think it's you, actually. I mean, you're a part of it. I actually feel like it's you. That's too much. Let's turn you down a bit. Actually, no, around about 500 is a good baseline. Ace there. Look. You know what? I can use an excuse. English is my second language, you know. That's my excuse. Even though I was born in England, you know, English is my second language. I mean, technically, my English officially my English is my second language, even though I was born and raised learning English. English is my second language due to a funny joke gone wrong. Uh, Unfortunately, a dead language is my technically my first. Okay, to be fair, okay, it wasn't a funny joke. Me and my father wanted to talk to each other without because he wanted to like we was in. Here's the thing. God, this is a long story. God, I just like trying to explain the story would take some like a little bit of okay. Let's add some context. Okay, so my mother did not turn up to any of my parents' evening. My father found out. He decided, even though he had no clue what was going on with my life, because the only time I saw him was on Sundays. Occasionally, like, well, okay, so occasionally I would stay on the weekend, but it was very rare. Like, it was once a month on like a Sunday, or sometimes once a month for a weekend. So my father didn't know me very well. He didn't know about my education or nothing on that. But when he found out, for a lot of my parents' evening that I've turned up to, I was by myself, like going to my teachers and everything. He got very upset about that. He didn't want me being, by myself. And so he did the amazing thing and turned up, even though he had no clue who any of the teachers were. He had no clue, because I rarely told him about what was going on in school. He had no clue. But bless him and my stepmother decided to show up, and he wanted to know like a small rundown of the teachers, but the way that they had us is when we're waiting for a teacher, we're literally just behind the parents that they're currently talking to. Like, they just had us in chairs, and I didn't want to give my father because I wanted to give my father the truth, like the true rundown, but I know some of the true rundowns might get me told off like from certain teachers, so I thought he taught me some Cockney. And so I told him in Cockney like what he needed to know. Like just like certain things, like, oh hey, if this teacher is kind, if this teacher's a dick, if this teacher is condescending, so on and so forth. The problem is, as I was every time I talked to my father before each teacher, they overheard me speaking in Cockney, and they got very confused because they didn't know I could speak. And to be fair, I don't really know Cockney that well. It was me and I spoke it like very fluently. My father can speak it like he can do full on conversations. I can speak it very fluently, but I don't technically. I'm not Cockney. I don't speak Cockney. Um, and my father, bless him. Um, Here's the thing: is after we like had like spoken to all the teachers, a a teacher I didn't know of came up to me and said, "Oh, hey, what language were you speaking?" And my father said proudly, "Oh, I taught her Cockney." And you have no clue how that little my father's prideful moment there really messed me. I wouldn't say messed. Okay, I shouldn't say it messed me up. It did not mess me up. What happened is they noted it down in the system that I spoke Cockney. However, they somehow assumed that's my first language, even though it wasn't. English was my first language, and so they made me take English as a second language. And I was like, oh no, why have you done this? Because now this is okay, so this is what happened during college and uni. Yeah, easy grades. You would think um it was. To be fair, I did get extra credit. To be fair, the good thing about that is I got extra credit for it. The bad thing is um when I went to my college and when I went to college and uni, it says on the report that I took English as a second language, and they're like, "Oh, you took English as a second language. What's your main language?" And every time that happened, by the way, there was two times that happened, and my father was with me with both times. My father face palm because he realizes the mistake he made that long time ago. I mean, to be fair, he didn't know it at the time, but he realized it now. That everyone now believes that English is not my main language. They think I speak a different. I mean, it's even on. Here's the funny thing is, whenever I go to do a job, it's on my thing, on my like great, like on my, it's on my thing, on my CV and everything, that English is my second language. And every job I go to, every job I went to, like interview wise, it was so funny because they truly believed I could speak multiple languages. And my father facepalmed because my father, bless his heart, he he has to keep trying to explain to him, no, 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 it's just English. It's just English. Because every time they were to search up Cockney in their systems as the main language, he does explain to him, oh yeah, it's okay. He explains the entirety of the story to them of what I just explained there to them, where then they go to search up Cockney on the language, and I don't know if anyone knows this, but Cockney is a dead language. It's like Latin. It's a dead language. It's not classified as a language anymore. Like for example, Pluto is not classified as a planet. Cockney is no longer like classified legally as a language because it's a dead language. No one speaks it. And so every time they search up in the system for Cockney, they're like, we see a problem. Because they can't, because it says on my thing that English is my second language, they have to put in that I took English as a second language, and when they do that, they have to put in my main language. So when they go to put in Cockney, because this is where this is all started from, that's what happens. I can't remember. How do you even write this? What, Cockney? Oh, what do you mean? How do you write this? Oh, you mean how do I even like how this? I don't know how this came about. Like my teachers are idiots. We tried to explain to them. We tried to correct it. We went back to my high school and tried to correct it to get it off the system, but they can't because the system's broke. And I'm just like, how do you like? How is your system this broken that it's messing my life up like this? Right, I'm getting so fucking distracted. Right, what was it doing? I'm like a fucking goldfish. I said I was gonna do something, now I've forgotten what it was. I was gonna do a bed. I think I was gonna do a bed, wasn't I? Boogie. Oh, Cockney. Cockney is spelt like this. Cockney. That's how Cockney is spelled. It's a dead English language. It's a rhyming language. Um, for example, let me give you an example. If I were to say you're my mate, I would say you're my child. Well, okay, it uses a lot of slang. But I would say, oh, you're my China. But technically, the correct phrasing um for mate is China plate. What's another one? Oh, actually, the most common one that people know with Cockney, every time people hear the word in England, if you were to say Cockney, people go, oh, apples and pears, mate. Which, by the way, if you don't know, is stairs. Yeah, it's a very funny language. If you ever hear someone talking Cockney, you think them be insane. But it's what criminal. So the reason why my father knows Cockney is he grew up in East London, and this is where I mean, actually, if you go to East London, there's still quite a few people in the area that speak Cockney. But it's a very rare language. Um, like I mentioned, the only reason my father taught me some was just because it's a really funny language. Um, For example, to call someone a tit, you just call them a bluebird. So if you wanted to insult someone, if I wanted to insult someone, I would just say bluebird. They'll just get confused, but it's me calling them a tit. What's another one? It's been so long. I haven't spoken Cockney since high school. And that's high school for me was yeah, around about 10 years ago for me. It's been about a decade. So it's been 10 years since I last spoke Cockney, so I'm just trying to think of a couple words. Um this is why I hate every time I go and do a job somewhere. Like I have to keep explaining to them, hey, Cockney is not my like I don't speak Cockney. I mean, I when in high school I was fluent in Cockney. I didn't speak Cockney, I was fluent in it. And as time gone on, I just decided to throw it out the window. That just sounds wholesome. It is. It was very wholesome. Like my father teaching me was just to like it was like it's to do with his past. He wanted to like send some knowledge my way. Right, what was I doing? I was doing something. I'm getting so distracted because I when I go to think about the memory, I think just about like it was a whole mess of a situation. The whole language, it still affects me to this day because of it. Oh, every time I think back to it, right? I want to do a bed. I'm having issues plotting out where I want everything because I'm trying to. So the reason, if you notice, if I'm just moving around my camera like this, it's because I'm trying to think where to place things. And in my mind, let me show you via. So I can actually show you what I'm planning. If I had this is not what the bed's gonna look like. The bed's gonna look very different. I'm thinking I might have like the bed underneath here, like this. Make a bit wider. If I had like the bed here, on top of the bed, I can have. On top of the bed, I can have like a quilt and well, not really a quilt. I'll make it like a. I don't know. How does this look actually? Maybe I make it lower. Yeah, I don't want it. I don't want it. The bed to be too seen. Do I add a table? I mean, to be fair, it is meant to be very bare minimum because it's a jail cell. I don't want. If I have, I'm just using cubes to block out what I'm planning. Because I will be wrapping up streams soon. Because the only reason why I'm going for 6 hours today was just because I missed out a couple of streams due to me being unwell, as well as technical issues. I could have like a table here, just poking out. I have like a coffee. I have like a coffee table, like around here. And I want to add something in this corner. This corner seems so bare to me. We must bring back Cockney for the wholesomeness. I was gonna say ads here. PTCD post-traumatic Cockney for someone. Oh yes. No, it's a really good language. It's a really funny language. If you were to search up some Cockney, like, because it's you've the whole dictionary is very rare to find now. I probably could ask my father to teach me. I don't even know if he remembers. He hasn't spoken Cockney for a while as well. Because the only reason why the last time I remember him speaking Cockney was about 6 years ago. No, I'll say about 5 years ago when his brother got cancer, and so we, as a family, we all went to have a party and to go meet up to like. Well, okay, he had cancer, but he was about to go through treatments, and he wanted one good memory before going through the treatments because they do suffer it to his mind. And so when we went to the party, to his brother party, and met up with all my father's side of the family, which was in its own a very interesting story because a lot of shit went down. Um, but the main thing was that's the last time I heard my father speak Cockney because he was speaking Cockney with his brother. Um, I think it's because they was having a private conversation because most of the family don't know Cockney apart from my father and his brother. The rest of the family has no clue about Cockney. My father just taught me some because he thought it'd be funny. Uh, yeah, I say that's where I feel like that's as big as the table should be. That so the bed goes there. I need to make the bed a bit longer, but not too long. The bed would be like there. The table there. I don't want to be fair, I don't want to put anything in that corner. The reason why I don't want to put anything in this corner here is because this is where it's going to say start. This is where it's going to say multiplayer, options, and then quit. Hmm. I don't want to be putting too much into the scene because it is just going to be for the main menu. I do kind of like how this looks. I'm very, very proud of myself for this. This looks kind of dope. London works class dialect. Yeah, well, the whole what Cockney was used for. What my father told me was Cockney used to back in his day, which, God, that was in the 1960s, 1970s, 70s era. He his he said that the reason why they used Cockney was so that the cops couldn't understand, like when people were planning on like robberies and shit back then. If people spoke in Cockney so that the officers didn't understand what they were planning. Um, so that's the reason why it's London working class dialect, and that's absolutely fine. I was meant to actually finish my stream 7 minutes ago, so don't worry. I'm gonna be finishing up real soon. I just need to quickly save this because if I don't save this, I'm gonna cry if it breaks. Yeah, no, thank you so much for stopping by and welcome, absolutely welcome to my madness. But yeah, no, it's a very interesting language. Just by the way, your IV hit me right in the Nightcrawler, so I had to. But yeah, no, it's actually no, I can if I just quickly come off this. Oh no, it's gonna take some, it'll take some time to load up. So I originally, just for explanation, um, there we go. I don't normally use a PNG tuber like this. Um, Wholesome and cockney criminal behavior does not miss. Well, it's a wholesome because it's for me, even though it's criminal. It was used by not okay. A lot of the criminals used it, but that's why it was known as a criminal language. But it wasn't originally meant to be a criminal language. Criminals just used it as a way to avoid. It was a long story, but he like for me it's wholesome because me and my father would just have conversations. But anyways, so yeah, no, my little goober here, um, is wasn't isn't meant to be this little PNG. It is a 3D model. I do have a tracking system and everything, a really cool thing. But what I realized is because I use a AR kit on my tracking, so what an AR kit means, it just picks up all my facial features, like all the little movements. It takes a lot of my GPU and CPU. So when I'm doing like what I was just doing, Blender, it really, it eats away. And I realize I can't run Blender and my 3D tracking software. So if I want to do what I'm doing now, which is showcasing my work and like show my process, I have to use a 3D. Like I made this today, funny enough. I like I originally had like a different PNG tuber I was using at the start of the stream, but I midstream I made this. Yeah, I made this little animation just to use um just to use while I'm working on like really big resource. Yeah, it does save a lot. You have no clue how much I had trouble I was having when I was working on when I was trying to do like when I was first testing. So day 0, you can see it in my thing, but on day 0 I was having so many issues. Oh, how many polys? So this my model. Oh god, explain this. So I did have a different model before this. This model I made here I made this literally last week. This is 100k, and you may think that's a lot, but I would like to point out my very first model I made. The very first VRM model I made was over 1 million polygons because I was an idiot. The model before this was 80k polys, where this one's 100k. So this one looks much better than my previous one. My previous model that I had, even though it was very low poly, it didn't look as good. But this model is a lot more detailed. It's a lot more refined. I still need to fix a couple of things up with this model because it's not perfect, but it's as good as it can get for now. So until I sort all that out, which I will later down the line. I've got like, I'm trying to do so many things. I'm just killing myself. Anyways, I need to call it a night because I need to go grab something to eat and drink before I pass out. No, I'm joking. I have been snacking. I'm very good at sneakily snacking and drinking. No, I mean if I'm having a cup of tea, it's a lot more. You know when I'm having a cup of tea, but if I'm having a snack, you would never know. Right, let's look for someone to raid. I'm hoping to find someone else that's using Unreal Engine or Blender. To be fair, it's very rare to find someone like using streaming Blender. I do my best to try and find Blender. Look, more people should be streaming in Blender. Blender is so underappreciated for what it can do now. Right, what am I doing? Sorry, I was an idiot before you. I have my final model. 28 carat 8 poly minimum. I would go up to 45k with yards. Ah. Yeah, like the reason why it's this model is 100k polys. I think it's actually just that. Okay, the hair alone I know is 40k. Actually, do I quickly hold on? I'm gonna I know I'm meant to be ending. I know I'm meant to be ending stream right now, but I really want to show off what I've done for this model because I spent I spent countless nights. I mean countless nights. Like I was sleep deprived for like good solid. I shouldn't. I didn't sleep for 3 nights straight sorting this model out. Hold on, let me go to VRM. There we go. What do you think if someone's model is... That's not bad. That's not bad. That's not bad. 420,000 triangles. That's not bad. Here's the thing, because when I first got in, when I first made my VRM model, I didn't know what I was doing because back then, my main knowledge I had back then was just sculpting, modeling, and all that. I didn't have much in the way of, I mean, I'd done models for games and rigs for games, but I never did a rig for tracking, which was a funny thing. But yeah, as you can see, my model has a lot of bones. It's a very thing. But the reason why is I'm planning on having my hair a lot more fluffier and having more physics. Because right now I made it very clunky. Um, oh god, let's grab the statistic. Yeah, so yeah, triangles alone. Oh god, it's very hard to see. Um, but in the top left corner, it's 40k just for the hair alone. That's just for the hair. If I hold on, let me hide the hair. So technically, my entire model is 50k, which includes all my little props, like my potions, my put. It's funny that I added this book because you can barely see it behind here. Let me remove this coat. Uh, there we go. I have like this cool little book here, cute little book, um, tucked away. But for all these like little details and everything, I was very impressed with myself. It took me a while to make this. But yeah, all 58k. Whereas it's literally just a hair that turns it to 100k because it's 40k. But to be fair, I find it difficult to make hair. Hit Shift Alt Z. Shift Alt Z. Oh, you just want to get rid of my... Yeah, no, I usually click the button up here. But I can't see my statistics anymore. Ah, it's so sad. But yeah, no, this is how it looks. Hold on, let me get rid of the coat again. Right. Yeah, cute little bookie. You got like the little potions. All this. Yeah, I tried to go for like an arcanic style, like cell shading wise, because then I sort of gave up because it's a mess. I'm used to doing realistic, not cell shading. Uh, because that's my new target for my model that I'm making. Because Finium, yeah, here's the thing is I'm really bad when it comes to the sizes of the model. This is actually really good for me. Having it as 100k is really good for me because my very first VRM model was over 1 million. Actually, I wonder if I still have my original. It probably is. It's somewhere in the depths of like all my folders and everything. I don't ever delete anything. Anything above 300k is cinema quality, 600k and above is 3D printing. Yeah, yeah. I try and keep mine limited because I'm working with game. Like I'm usually try and keep my stuff limited, but I love making details. Like I love adding like these small little details, which is why I've gotten into learning how to bake my detail. Like I make a high poly version and then I make a low poly version and then bake the high poly into the low poly, which is what I did actually for the skin. The skin here was I made this was originally a high poly sculpt that I did, and then I just baked all these details into the low poly, which is how I managed to get it to 100k. But originally this would have been around about 200k. But I'm doing my best to bake details because I want to try and keep this as low as possible. Because I don't have the best GPU in the world. My CPU and GPU is not the greatest. So I am working on to improve this. But yeah, I know the hair is expensive, but it is one of the most, like when you go to look at a model, the hair is a big part of it. I mean, for example, with my model, my coat is a big like eye taker that takes the like user's interest. Is because how big my coat is. But this hair has to be a big mage. I mean, the reason why I made the hair this way is, funny enough, it's similar to my real life hair. It's got like a big fringe, but it's like smooth sailing like this. Because I wanna make an OC that had like I'm putting all my trauma into my OC, okay, and then so my OC can deal with my trauma. I'm adding a couple of my own features into it. I'm the creator, okay? I get to choose. Downside of not having them at the bottom, it's inconvenient. Yeah, I know. I was the poly. My mod was basically a high poly fix. Oh God, it's so easily done though. Making like I've done so many models and sculpts where originally my goal was to make it low poly, but it ends up high poly, and then what was originally was going to be high poly ends up low poly. I'm like, what? Why is what's this? What's this contradictory? My normal bakes are coming out majanked. Yeah, you gotta be careful with the bakes. It does require normal mapping. If your bakes are coming out incorrectly, you might have to sort out some of the mapping of it. But that apart from that, that's it. I usually map my normals to the object space, which usually doesn't make sure it doesn't cause any issues usually because the low poly model is fighting with the high poly. Since I'm gonna make games, I can fluctuate between amazing flowing hair and One Piece models. Yeah. Um. I mean, I've always worked with making models for games. Um. But my skill set that I learned, so I've got 2 degrees in game design. And both of those degrees is just sculpting. Making sculpts and models is literally, I like to think of it as my skill set in Blender because there's so much you can do in Blender. Um, I've only recently been sorting out. I've only recently been learning how to composite lately because I don't usually composite. I mean you can't see it on this one, but if I were to go back onto my other one, you can see it. Compositing is something I'm getting new to because I don't usually what I usually do is the picture I make or the model. See, I usually make models. I rarely make art with my models. I make models for other people to use. So that sounds funny. 2 degrees and this going sculpting. Yeah, well, when I got my degrees, my 2 masters in game design, I here's the thing is in game design there's many layers that like in the years of the course there are many layers that they go through, and it depends on how much you pay attention to basically. I pay the most thing I pay attention to was I practice my modeling and my sculpting, and so I can here's the thing, I can make a sculpt of any celebrity, or like I can do all these sort of things because that's what I practiced during my college and uni times. But if I were to, I mean, I'm getting used to rigging. Rigging is something I dabbled in because we was taught this during the course, but I didn't really focus too much on it. It's only recently where I've been learning rigging. As you can tell here, look at all these bones. Uh, because the reason for the rigging is because I mean I've done a little bit of rigging, but it isn't as complicated as I made this one. This is my masterpiece of rigging. Um, oh god, wrong button. This is really is my masterpiece because um like it's how much time I mean I made this in a week. That's why I'm so impressed with myself is I made this within a week. And that includes the modeling, the everything, and also the rigging. Um, and I think the most longest thing that took about this model was the texturing. Texturing was a pain in the ass to do. Never again, never again. Yeah, it took me 2 tutorials to okay to soft size brig. Yeah, I didn't. Here's the thing: is with the software I'm using, I use Waldo for my tracking of my model, and oh god, let me show you something. You want to see something crazy? God, you won't be able to. Hold on, let me move the chat because the chat will be in the way. I'm gonna shove you guys in the middle. Um, okay, these are all the vertex group. We're not looking at this. This is what we're after, which is shape keys. The reason why there are so many shape keys here, I've seen that thing is cracked. It is. It's amazing. Um, this, all this is for Waldo. I mean, actually, okay, it's not just for Waldo. Like, for example, the each of the letters is for when I'm planning on doing some animation work. Um, but like, I got even tongue. I can do all sorts of my tongue with my this model. Actually, let me showcase some of this. Actually, let me just use this because if not, I'm gonna be here all day sorting out each one of them. So let's just go with That's not what. Oh, that's Hold on, let me go to Yeah, there are so many shape keys. Look how detailed this is. Look how detailed. There is no need. There is no need for my mouth to be this detailed. Because if you like, this is how most people see my model. And yeah, if I were to zoom in, this is how detailed this is. Oh yeah, I know it's mad impressive, but it's mad impressive for no other reason than wasting time. Um, but yeah, it's detailed for no reason because no one's ever gonna see it. But it's there for my own knowledge. But yeah, there is insane shit that I might think. Like I even can change my eyeballs to different colors. My favorite, of course, is this one. This is always gonna be my favorite one. Duh. I'm now a fish. I should have it so that my ears go behind the back as well. Let me add this real quick. If in left, if in right, and sorrow. So now if I go back to this, oh, there you go. So my ears go in the back, and you got this. Dup, dup, dup. I can never get. I never get old. Never gets old. Right. There we go. Right. But yeah, this is literally. I've done the detailed teeth and tongue, but not Yulia thinks Monster House. Ah. No, the only reason why I do in Yulia is because honestly I don't know why I do Yulia. I didn't need to do this. I don't know. I'm very questionable, okay? I'm just questionable. Anyways, I'm getting so distracted. I'm meant to be getting something to eat. Hold on, I need to fucking tuss. I'm meant to be ending this. I'm trying meant to find someone to raid. Tuss. What are you doing? Get me in trouble here. Actually, the only person I'm getting in trouble is myself. I'm literally my own boss here. Right, what am I doing? Right. One day I'll find someone doing Blender. One day. There's only been one person that I saw was doing Blender that I raided into, which was Saver. Saver was she's amazing. Very questionable looking models. To be fair, she did inspire me to add some made my assets bigger. Because the one thing that she told me was I shouldn't be afraid to if I want big tits, I should have big tits. I want big tits. Um, because I like it's like it's my model. I can give my model an ass. It's my model. I shouldn't feel ashamed for doing these things. Blame it on Hijija or Resident Evil. Both that or Death Stranding count. True. Right. Oh, talking about uh oh, they're not doing Blender though. Right, what is my friends doing? Let's have a look. Oh god, 6 hours, damn. Right. Who do I raid into is a good fucking question. Oh, Bendy and the Ink Machine. I do love me a Bendy and the Ink Machine. Oof. Oh, who do I raid into? His thing with me is I'm an idiot. Uh, Got some people in Unity. Okay, come on, someone's got to be using Unreal. Unreal Blender, come on. There's gotta be somebody. I ain't all alone here. I can't be all my alone making Unreal and Blender. Oh, there's gotta be somebody. I can't be the only one on this island. Apparently I am the only one on this island. Jesus Christ. Is Unity really all that is cracked out to be? I like Unreal Engine though. Learning Go. Why are they making Go? Oh, making a sci-fi scene in Unreal Engine 5. Ooh, I see someone using Unreal Engine. Is anyone using Blender? This is what I'm after. I want Blender. Come on. Unity, VR chat, come on. No one on Blender. I'll go back up to the person that's in Unreal Engine. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, damn it. The person that's using Blender is in another language. Lucian? I don't even know who that is. Ooh. Let's have a look-see. Lucy... Oh god. Luce... Oh my god, how the fuck do I write that? Ooh, yeah, I see. Who is this? Riftwalker. Ooh.